discussion around specific abilities is something we're paying a ton of attention to. Things that are either just incredibly weak, incredibly strong, where it could be a numerical issue, or things that seem inherently unbalanceable, like a cheat death that's available to one subset but not any of the others, and that's just a universally incredible effect. It's hard to stack up against other things. And in some cases, we may need to redesign abilities entirely. Because, yes, differences that you don't have control over can become just purely emotionally negative, especially at the competitive high end, when they're too large. I think, in terms of choice with consequence, I actually, and I know that there were a lot of problems with these systems. If you go back to the beginning of Legion, I think that the choice that everyone had to make at the beginning of Legion of which spec you want to focus on was a more impactful choice, and in many ways a more permanent choice than any choice that awaits you in Shadowlands. Because it wasn't just your artifact weapon, it was also, as we know, legendaries. And those could be weeks apart, and if you were a mage and you started off as fire and you had a couple of fire mage specific legendaries and all of your artifact power in your fire and you wanted to try out frost, or you wanted to go frost for a certain scenario, there were probably literally months ahead of you in order to get to a point of comparable effectiveness. I don't like now that there were problems there. I think the majority of the problems, frankly, were on the legendary side, because once you start talking about, pyro bracers and scorch belt versus no legendaries, that's like a 15% net effectiveness difference. That's almost an entire tier's worth of gear.
Did you know
That's
I played a mage? Did you know I played a mage during this time?
Perhaps.
Yeah, I had to bank my first legendary. Unfortunate.
But that, and yet, that was something that was in the game, right? And it was disguised in the, construct of a very simple choice you've had to make for a long time. Oh yeah, what spec do you want to play this tier? But that was far weightier. So when we look at covenants, yes, there are situations where you may wish you had a different tool available to you. Part of the challenge for us is making sure that the gaps are never too large, and that there's never a universal right or wrong answer, where it's like, oh, you're a rogue and you picked that covenant. Yeah, that's just the wrong choice. Like, there's never a situation in which you're going to be happy that you're a member of that covenant as a player of this class. Because, yeah, that's just a trap. But, again, getting back to strengths and weaknesses, I guess a question for you as representative of a large portion of the high-end competitive community. I think a trend, something that we have seen on the development team on a regular basis in terms of feedback, is the desire to eliminate sources of variance, to eliminate any form of the dreaded RNG, anything that removes control from a player. Do you feel like it's an ideal endpoint for every hunter who is doing a Mythic Raid encounter across the world, really, to basically be the same in terms of their stats, their abilities, and the only difference among them is who can push their buttons more effectively, who can execute the mechanical aspects of their class?
I don't see why that would not be the case. I mean, personally, it's for me the difference between somebody who chooses at any point, and this kind of falls back into the discussion we've had, is that over the last couple of expansions, you've certainly muddied the waters of what we enjoy at the high end. And a lot of players don't realize it, but it's been happening since around about Legion, late WoD, when more RNG came into it. And for a lot of us, we genuinely felt so dissatisfied with our own characters because of the changes you guys made. And one of the greatest fun aspects of it was that being able to compete directly, and I can speak from personal experience, is I would compete directly with Razzie. I was a Death Knight, he was a Death Knight, and to see exactly, I know he's got the same as me, I've got the same as him, and we're trying as hard as we can to outdo each other. And we're not in the same raid, we're not even in the same realm, we're on completely different time zones, but we can do that, and then we feel like I'm a good player. Now, what I can tell you is, personally, I gave up DPS in late WoD because we were doing Black Hand and we'd had 200 pulls, and at no point was my DPS consistent. And what that meant was that I can be as good as I want to be, I can plan as far ahead as I want to plan, and the result isn't in my hands anymore. And that made me very dissatisfied. And certainly it also becomes a bit of a meme when we have infinite stars then come into the game. And, abilities like that, where we're just looking at it and saying, who's in control here? Is the compute? Am I just running around? And one thing I do have is video evidence. I have never done more damage on my character than I did before we killed N'Zoth. And I have gained 10 item levels since then, purely down to RNG. And it's extraordinarily dissatisfying to have that experience. Whereas you guys always, I mean, for me, this is what's very strange about this whole thing, is one of the big feedbacks we had from WOD, which a lot of people dislike for various reasons. But the classes, super simple. You kept it super simple. You gave us some wonderful new spells, and class design was great. People could swap. We could just change and re-roll, just get some gear, and off you go to the races. What we didn't have was people setting up islands in their bedroom so they could go and farm AP, or doing world quests over and over again. And and now we're looking certainly at the high end this time, where it looks much worse. But I'd also come. That's that part. But
oh shit!
You brought up Legion, and I would say that yes, the legendaries. I mean, they were so RNG. It was difficult to swap between specs regardless.
Yeah, I know. Thanks for the reminder, Rasmus. I do always remember
and this
that.
is why we do have this pessimism. Is we were told by you.
You
guys,
have too much stuff to do constantly. Like you really need a vacation if you ask me, instead of being overworked all the time. But that's your life. That's
2 weeks
not
into the
nothing I
expansion,
can
you had
do
to
about.
alter the rogue ones because of the balances issues after we went
I'm
live.
the green mate. I didn't expect to get comments this fast, like after starting a stream. Thank you very much, guys.
You guys did it. And that's why we have this definite pessimism, where we just think, ultimately, for the content I enjoy, this severely disrupts things. I do truly believe it's going to disrupt things for a lot of people in about 2 to 3 months when that guy sees, it's let's say his DK chooses Kyrian because he loves Kyrian. It's so good. And you're saying, okay, yeah, but you can go and try out the other abilities in, say, a Torghast closed environment or something. It's like, well, that's not what I want to do. I want to go PvP with it for now. I want to drag people around Warsong Gulch for a couple of days. But I still love Kyrian. I love the Mog. I love the theme. I love the weekly event. I love what I've done in my zone. And now...
But yeah, I'm listening to an interview he did
I actually have to re-roll a
within the last 2 hours itself with Iron has the costless.
Realistically, without having to overcome massive jumps and hurdles.
Because I didn't hear all of it. I didn't even hear the start of it.
Things, we just feel like we're retreading the same ground, which was the similar thing with the Azerite armor, where, throughout the entire...
And I'm interested in hear what the actual was like said in
and then we spent the next maybe 6 or 7 months
like conversation
through it until ultimately it was like, okay, we're just going to open it up.
It wasn't exactly an interview. It was more like...
Sorry, there was a lot in your statement that I was trying to get through there.
Totally. Okay, so...
Big discussion.
Let me... It's also a lot
this is why we had the conversation.
I've read like bullet points out from the interview on Wowhead and MMO Champion. Mainly MMO because they summarize those like things better than Wowhead emo.
Combat, in terms of your performance, the range, like the delta between high end and low end infinite stars procs or whatever, is not a particularly satisfying aspect of gameplay. I think there's room for those things, but they shouldn't be the things that are the highest performers competitive players. There's a lot that we've learned from essences, from corruption, from various trinkets, particularly like it's been a lot of topic of a lot of internal discussion among the team.
Thanks for jigging out enough for stream.
The same way when we're designing a talent row. If there is an active button that requires skill,
like I said,
and just a passive in the row.
I hope you get some vacation soon, Rasmus. You badly need it, emo.
Talent as compared to perfect use of the active ability that's much harder to execute. If
not vacation, at least some more off days.
Of someone who is misusing or underusing the active, that's
well,
totally
thank you for checking in on me. I appreciate it.
Even just evaluating damage corruptions like gushing or infinite stars against stat corruptions. Yeah, the stat corruptions should have simmed better, and the fact that they weren't for a large portion of the team.
I say this for specific situations. If only you were like a no-lifer when it comes to also being a night owl, just like me and the Queen.
You played well or you played poorly.
Currently for me,
yes,
it will change at some time, like middle of next month. Till then,
that's a whole separate layer. That's
different
from
if only you were that.
Separate people
bro, if only.
going into a match, going into
For
an encounter.
specific
And I think
situations.
that's a hallmark
Only.
of the RPG genre.
Oh my.
And I get that like the higher you go in skill echelons in all types of gameplay, the more resistance there is to the idea that non-skill associated factors might influence performance. But fundamentally, that is a difference between an RPG based ecosystem and a typical FPS, MOBA, whatever. Like if you go play Overwatch, every tracer is tracer. Yep. All tracers are equal in terms of what they're capable of. If you get outplayed or you outplay somebody, it's because you were mechanically better at executing. In WoW, people have different gear, different stats, sometimes different choices they've made along the line, and that's not a new phenomenon. That's not something we're trying to introduce for the first time in a game that hasn't had it. I mean, you can go back and look at folks playing Classic right now, and whatever. You have Thunder Fury, you have Warglaives. Did you manage to get this? Do you have the one thing that your guild saw over the course of 3 months? Did you get that trinket? That's going to make a difference, and you might beat the other rogue or beat the other mage in your guild on a regular basis because of that character power factor. And I get that we hear this from top arena players. The higher up you go, the more that bothers you. But and we understand that feedback. It's not a surprise to us. But across the totality of the game and the broader audience, it's that potential for differentiation between other characters, excitement, growth in power, progression that isn't purely tied to one skill, but are some of the hallmarks of the genre. So I think that's where we try to inject choice and differentiation. And some of this isn't RNG, some of it is, but other parts are conscious decisions that a player made. Going back, so I think historically, gear served much more of this function in a way that wasn't as prominent. It wasn't like an advertised expansion feature. It's just how the game worked. And we have streamlined, kind of chipped away at some of those underlying factors in a way that risks removing that specialization entirely. And that's why you see us trying to reintroduce it, because we think there is value in one person's warrior being slightly different from another person's warrior based on choices they made in terms of areas they want to specialize in. Like going back years, yeah, you needed a full separate set of tank gear from your DPS gear. Today, it's pretty much just trinkets, maybe weapons, right? Whether it was different set pieces, different stats that you needed, defense, parry, you name it. And the choices that you made every week, what is your loot specialization for this? Or what are you going to spend your currency on first, this item or that item, help shape someone's potential such that there was a meaningful difference between someone who specialized in playing one role or someone who played multiple. And both paths had their advantages. Like the person who was just, tank all the time, they want to be the best tank in the world, they made every possible gearing decision around getting the best tank gear, they could be a few percent better in terms of their overall mitigation, aside from their additional level of skill and comfort playing the spec, versus someone who was also playing a lot of DPS and gearing for that as well. But the latter player is much more versatile. If you need to drop a tank, or you're playing a swing role, or you're participating in different types of activities in the game, there are tons of things they could do that the diehard tank could not. We've removed those barriers over time, and while there's natural quality of life improvement to that, of course, not having a restriction is always going to immediately feel better than having a restriction. Part of what we've seen over the history of WoW is that friction also has positive benefits that aren't immediately apparent until that friction is removed. I went all the way back to something like random group finder and LFG. And sure, it's super easy and convenient to be able to push a button and have a group of group mates to run a dungeon with, but did that do some things to erode a sense of community and fellowship? Sure it did. And similarly, a lot of these choices we've made mechanically to streamline spec switching, multi-role play, again, they have lots of upsides, but taken too far, they risk too much homogenization in a way that removes depth.
There's a few things there that are interesting points. And I'm just thinking, everything you described about the players who were able to prioritize where they wanted to go, other players who prioritized in going multi-different wings, it keeps coming back to me that was still entirely, even from the very earliest days of World of Warcraft, from day one, that was still something that was entirely in the player's hands, and every single one of them had the choice to do that should they want to. Like the barriers we're talking about are, say, gold, for example. That would be the only barrier to prevent you to do that, rather than your interest. So while it's true that somebody who goes pure DPS or whatever on their Demon Hunter, sure, they'll reach a point where they're maybe slightly better than the other guy, but that was the other player's complete freedom to be able to say, well, I'm still a Demon Hunter and I like tanking and I want to go that way as well. And obviously this varies across the player base. Is we can look at certain players and they'll do all 3 specs if they want to. And that's entirely their choice. And the game has never at any point said, well, we're actually going to actively stop you doing that. We're going to prevent you from doing that because in your minds, you don't want that to happen anymore. And that's where I think we kind of hit this wall. Is like, you're actively saying we can't do that anymore, despite the fact that we've enjoyed that freedom if we wanted to do it for many, many years. Coming back to the RPG thing as well, and this is a little confusing, certainly, to obviously try and appease everybody, which is what we would like to see happen. Is all the elements are seemingly in place in Shadowlands to not even have this be a big deal. All the soulbinds, for example, are all part of the main story quests of every zone. We encounter them, we make friends with them, we help them. They're all people there. And for me, and maybe I'm way off base here, but if we're looking to really instill this sense of RPG, which the Covenants do, if I think about the best RPGs I've played, everything from Mass Effect to New Vegas, and old people games, I guess. we're in old people territory. I think about my companions that I choose. In Baldur's Gate, I choose my companions, and I try and build that squad. So if I choose to go Kyrian, because I love everything about Kyrian, but the soulbinds are just, they're not right, okay? Like, we went live, they're not right. Some of them are completely over the top. We're already aware of, and obviously the lofty goal is to make sure this isn't the case, but historically it has been the case, is that there are some that are way out of whack. And you don't even get to try the soulbinds or see the soulbinds until you cap, unless you're somebody who's going to do extra research. Then wouldn't it not be a better, even RPG immersive element to say, right, I really want that Venthir soulbind. That comes with the Venthir ability. I'm going to go pick them up. And now I have a story quest. I have some sort of RPG immersion factor to try and convince this Venthir to help me as a Kyrian because of the good of the Shadowlands. And they all have different personalities and they respond to it differently. And that's part of my journey on my role-playing, is to immerse myself in that. Because I don't think of any game where I say, the biggest role-playing element I had in Baldur's Gate was that I chose Fireball over Frostbolt, or that I chose a machine gun over a sniper rifle in Fallout, or any of those things. What I think about is the stories I told, what I decided to do with those companions that I thought in. And that's why it seems like a strange, potentially, hill to die on here. If we do come out this way and the players across the board, not just the high end, start looking at things with a bit of green-eyed envy, and say, well, everything's here to not even have this be a big deal, and enhance the RPG elements of the game, make them even more immersive, and really double down on the Covenant system.
So I think, when we say RPG is definitely a bit of an overloaded term. There is the role-playing in the narrative fantasy sense, and then there's the crunchy or stat-driven role-playing where, yes, the machine gun versus sniper rifle, or are you a stealth expert, or are you better at speech, or hand-to-hand combat, or whatever else, that also tends to lead towards that's differentiation, different toolkits that lead to you solving different problems differently. Yes, we have the ability to shape the narrative however we please. We certainly could have told a totally different story where covenants work in a different way and anyone can soulbind with anyone. Yes, we consciously chose to focus on gameplay differentiation first and craft the narrative in support of that. And so part of it comes down to, and I know this is, it risks getting a bit circular, but we are trying to get these systems, the details of these systems, out in front of players far earlier than something like Azerite,
Yep.
to allow us to better spot, iterate, refine, redesign pieces of it in order to avoid the problem where, yes, there's, someone falls into a trap where all of their soul lines are subpar and they completely regret their choice. But at the end of the day, so getting back to the topic of choice from way earlier, my contention is that WoW has enough, probably more than enough, ways in which you can customize your loadout going into a particular encounter. If you're about to pull a boss, you are potentially changing your spec, going over all of your talent rows, making sure that your talent choices are what you want them to be, looking at what trinkets you have equipped or other particular gear choices within that, consumables within the Covenant system in Shadowlands, picking which soulbind you're going to use, which active branch of your soulbind you're going to have. You can be changing, a half dozen different buttons on your bar, the capabilities of your character in very meaningful ways from moment to moment. And adding an extra layer on top of that, like, that's not an area that needs further development, really. So we approached this system from the perspective of trying to shore up something that we feel has been lost over the course of the last few expansions, where there wasn't enough longer-term differentiation between people who were fire mages or people who were arms warriors, people who were holy priests, because they could change basically everything about themselves from moment to moment with no friction.
5, 4,
right.
3, 2.
I mean, I'm just
1.
not sure that I understand the goal. I really do. I'm fully on board with the idea behind it. I don't think, from what we've seen and what we've tested, that's the mark we're getting even close to in a lot of cases. So if I think that the difference, if I look at something like a DK, and someone tries to make the case to me that Shackle the Unworthy, a single target arcane dot for my Death Knight, is an immersive choice, I have to completely disagree with them and say I don't see it. Maybe I'm wrong, but
5,
I don't see it. When
4,
we're talking about a lot of these spells,
2,
and I think
1.
we really need to bring up the issue here, which is quite clear on its own. Like, we're talking about, maybe you're talking about the balancing system, and we want to try and get it right. And that was exactly the same comment that we had with Azerite armor, which never worked out throughout the entire BFA, is that we want you to make sure you don't have a wrong choice. And we never got there. Like, at any point, we didn't get there. And that's fair. We kind of moved on from there and we moved past it. And this time around, we're now looking at things, certain spells that don't work even across the entire spec. So if you look at Primordial Wave for a Shaman, Mirrors of Torment for a Mage, those are spells that actually, Mirrors of Torment, for example, doesn't have any real practical use during the leveling experience. So you're likely to not think that's particularly good. Yet watching Zaryu last night test it out with Benruki was amazing. They were using it so well. Those players are going to be like, oh, that's actually really good. But while I was leveling, it was garbage. And now I'm a Shaman, and I think you still play a Shaman. So if you look at Primordial Wave, for example, pretty cool for your main spec, which is Resto. So I'm going to commit to that. But quite literally almost a dead button if you were to go to enhancement. Like, the way it works just doesn't pan out at all. And we're looking at these scenarios and saying, well, we'll tweak this and we'll tweak that. And I understand that we can do that. But we're midway through the year now. We obviously want Shadowlands to be out this year. And it's a case of, like, 3 things here for me. One, it looks like these spells don't actually provide that level of immersion compared to what potentially could be there just through straight storytelling. And I think a lot of people feel that way. It's like they look at some of these spells and like, well, it's a slightly green sword for Necrolords, right? For the Paladin, it's a green, it's a slightly green hammer. Am I now immersed and feel the might of the Scourge throwing through me? Not particularly. But some of them are really good. And then how much of a sacrifice are you guys willing to make to people's gameplay to really force this in? Because we haven't, like I say, it's not like choosing a class. Like, a class comes with 3 specs with whole spell books worth of things to play around with. They all work differently. They have 3 talent trees amongst them, and they're all mixing and matching. You get so much when you choose a class. And I've heard you mention this is like a subclass. And I'm like, is a subclass really 2 spells and a passive? Because in no other game, I don't think we would get away with that. you know. And it feels like if we were going full immersion, so they were a subclass, there would be more in terms of the gameplay side. And it does feel like we've not quite got there yet, unless you have more things planned.
Sure. I mean, so subclass is more of a that's the general vibe. Clearly, it's a tiny fraction of what a class offers. I mean, using analogies to other games, if you think you're familiar with Path of Exile, like an ascendancy you might pick in that game is technically a vague form of subclass, even though it's just a few passives, but they can be pretty transformative. So I think when we talk about immersion, yes, for some people, the thing that draws them to a class or to a covenant may just be like the visceral feel and the fantasy of pushing an ability using a button. But when that's kind of the overloading of the term RPG. It's, you know, I think a lot of people, you hear RPG and you think of somebody LARPing in a field, but it also could be, I want to specialize in this strength over that one. Is my Death Knight going to be stronger at single target damage than Death Knights of other covenants? Not necessarily massively stronger, but marginally stronger, to the point that I might, compared to the other Death Knight in my raid group, outperform them in some ways. If there are specific role assignments, someone needs to tunnel the boss versus someone peeling off to handle ads, that might be something that you or your raid leader take into account when figuring out how your group in particular is going to approach solving a problem. Like, those are the sorts of things that we think about and that I talk about when I'm saying RPG customization. When something is completely flexible, when you can change your loadout for the situation, as you know, you and so many others point out, there is a right answer. And that's something that, you know, it might be not known immediately. The very first guilds to crack the puzzle will try different approaches, but it gets solved. And then what trickles down throughout the community, as we've seen over time, is, well, this is the right way to play. This is the spec. You should be here for this type of content. These are the talents that you should have. And if you're not, that actually, like, I know a lot of the anxiety that players have outside of the, you know, cutting edge or the people who personally hate the idea of being, you know, only 99% of optimal, of not getting the orange parse or, you know, the gold parse. The anxiety people have is the imagined just fear that one day they're going to apply for a group, get asked what their covenant is, they're going to say Venthyr or Kyrian, and get declined and told no thanks because you picked wrong. And what I think the way that trickles down is when you have complete, this may be a little bit of, I don't know about irony, but having complete control over something can in a way remove your freedom. If you can pick your spec, if you can pick your talent with no restriction, then when a pug leader or someone is evaluating you and asks, well, are you fire or frost for the Mythic Plus group? Well, if you say you're not fire, they probably just implied or assumed 20 different things about you. Like, well, you must not be someone who cares about performance, because if you were, you'd be fire. You probably don't know a whole lot about the game in a bunch of ways. You're probably someone who's going to stand in a lot of mechanics. And
why do you even bother typing? You are watching the stream, dude.
You know,
thanks.
Fun and the feel of your abilities over big numbers and big pulls and
Div made for watching the stream. I am watching the interview Breach today did, and thank you also that I don't have to type anymore. I really hate typing for ages, man. So I also, like, you're a blessing for tuning into the stream only in that case, mate. Thank you very much. I'm watching the like interview Breach did within the last like 3 hours. I don't have track of time when I do these sorts of things. I lose track of time fast itself because I'm so like, you know, into what I'm doing at the time. Like, for example, this, and I get used to it so much that I lose track of time. But like within, let's say, the last 2 hours and 2.5 hours, Breach did an interview with Iron, has Augustus,
because they didn't have a specific
about player power and covenants in several lanes. And I didn't hear that interview full enough. So I'm re-listening to it now in the background. And that's what I'm really watching and listening to.
I'm not seeing how we've linked making players increasing exclusion possibilities, because there's more points of failure now, increases the ability of people pugging to not be judged. I'm very confused as to how we've got from A to B there. It's like if we watch the MDI and everyone plays Venthia, and certainly I'm dreading what might happen at the next World First race if we are watching Limit swapping on the last few bosses all around.
Yeah.
That trickle down effect is ultimately inevitable. Like all the information.
And I might have to re-listen to it again
resources
because you're like, unexpected sudden cue and conversation then got me out of the loop of listening.
So nice and simple. I just
when I listen to things,
and then I know what to aim for. I can target it.
I can, get them into my head faster if there isn't suddenly
exclusion.
That kind of like sudden, unexpected moment out of nothing.
I've watched the stream. I've learnt this information. I've read a website.
But when those moments comes, then
and on there it says,
I get out of that like into it. I was into.
Well, your top one is going to be Necro
and that
Lord,
requires like re-listening then a couple of times.
And then when it comes to the Pug world, who make their own rules, I certainly don't agree with those rules. But now we're going to a situation where not only is the class a problem, which is something that has historically been the issue, where it's like, why would I take, say, a Windwalker? Well, Windwalkers are great. They're super fun to play. Yeah, but they're not part of the meta. I watched blah, 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 and this information passes on. And now we're a Windwalker with...
nice one. Do a good joke, mate.
Covenant that these people consider. We've added another point of failure with the Covenants. How that improves their situation instead of make it worse.
So... some of that obviously depends on, again, it's tunings and the vast extremes. If, as you said, there is a best covenant for mage, and it's just like that's just the good DPS covenant, and the others are the bad DPS covenant, then yes, you may see that gravitation over time. But if it turns into this covenant offers these advantages, but that covenant offers these different advantages that may be better suited to several raid encounters, but lots of good players are members of that covenant, you're not using that as a filter in the same way anymore. MDI stuff, we've obviously just recently seen triple hunter comps and all night elf groups, and those filters are not applied to pugs. It's what spec you choose, something that you could
so no people from Group Finder that I haven't interacted with is gonna hear what I'm about to say now, but I'm gonna just pause the interview because
there must be a reason for that.
This experience is starting to become so frequent that like I need to lay this down now, because it is happening so often with Group Finder players that I need to lay it down now. I know visions, because that it's for some players, like especially returning players that's complete noobs to the games, are basically mandatory when it comes to like get to that like Nyalofa, like heroic poking or whatever itself. That said, depending on like what kind of boosting they want for like vision and cloak upgrading, I would suggest they don't constantly go to me about it, because I know I'm offering help. I can try and help with visions, but I can't like do those kinds of boosts however for visions. Like I also have reached a point where like I already have max cloak rank now itself, and that does that I can still help offer with visions, yes, but I can't do like specific kind of cloak rank boosting in itself. Itself. But recently, these past couple of days, I really feel, no, not past couple of days, these several last weeks, I really feel like there's been an absolutely insane amount of returning players / complete noobs. It feels like every single day is just like world of returning players, world of returning players, world of returning players. And I get it, it's because that is the cycle of this game, but like, it's just this vision thing, it's just like it's getting blown out of proportion. I feel like with what kind of expectations people from Group Finder have with me when it comes to helping me with this. And yeah, I'm getting heated because of this, because I'm not used to that kind of like like that kind of helping when it comes to vision stuff. I can help with visions, but like I can't do massive amount of cloak ranks. Then like I don't want to sound like a like appetizer for boosting or anything, but like there are ways in the game then, especially if you're rich as fuck and they're also a returning player or complete noob to the game, but still rich as fuck in the game, that you can just like, just look for those that is like saying in like trade chat, WTS Vision XX rank for you. Just look for them. You're much better off by choosing them than me. Trust me. Anyway, sorry for getting a little bit here, guys, but I needed to get that off. It like some things when it comes to helping, they just happen so often, and like what would that player want help with? He's like 1-2 items higher than me. I don't get what that like. No, I don't get it. But like it's just that there has to be a point where before people have over expectations of me, and when we come to visions, like just be specific and ask. So which kind of like visioning helping can you do? I.e., can you do multiple ranks of cloak upgrading itself, or can you do like 5 mask? Like ask those specific things rather than just immediately expecting, oh, this guy, he helps with like stuff. Maybe he can also help me get like 5 cloak ranks. Like it's just stop having over expectations all the time of me, people in Group Finder. When it comes to your specific things you want help with. Don't have over expectations. Ask specifics, and then we can see or not if I can fulfill your over expectations. But till then, don't have this like judgment, constant judgment. There we go. I just needed to say that. I'm sorry, but I needed to get that off.
Mentality can often be, and that leads to people being more forced to make choices that don't necessarily align with their own personal playstyle preferences or what's fun for them because of perceived pug metas. Again, it's
like I said,
it's a nuanced aspect.
I ain't afraid of saying like things the way they are, or like say them straight to the point.
Have different strengths and weaknesses, and that's the key.
There will come across like bad ways for a lot of people.
The choice you made,
but I am how I am, including with like what I experienced.
Yes, I was a bit
when it
lower
comes
on the
to
damage
opinions.
meters, but I didn't have quite as much utility on that encounter. But on this boss, I'm really glad I made this
like that
choice.
Since like I was
my buddy who made a different
I was
choice
a teenager,
is a bit
pretty
envious of me here. As long as there's that back and forth, and again, as long as it's not so swingy that you're getting benched or not, and again, at the limit end of the spectrum, of course, that's a whole different arena. But even in serious, cutting-edge mythic guilds, some variation in strengths and weaknesses is natural and accepted, and people approach solving problems a bit differently based on their personal rosters. How many immunities they have, do they have more AoE or less AoE? Even if in the limit world, yeah, there is a mathable solution to that problem, you just class stack to perfect your comp. Having different solutions to problems is something that adds depth, frankly. Like that's a lot of what it boils down to. It's just, is everyone just painting by numbers and approaching every dungeon, every raid encounter, every matchup in the exact same way? Or are they looking at the strengths and weaknesses they have based on everything from which legendary they craft?
Like I must still accept and say, when I put myself out there,
right? Like,
and it comes to these things,
your first legendary for
there will be players that have over expectations of what I do. It is inevitable. It cannot be avoided. That's people in like general, in like the PoC life. I cannot avoid it as much as I wish I could.
All the legendaries that you want, or both of them, but
it can't be avoided. It's just
it's
how people are when it like comes to like.
And it's that type of choice
helpful players, I guess.
We consider an interesting one.
Not everyone, but
I think
like
it's
a lot of them.
I know you have to leave in a second. I mean, for me, making those choices on an encounter basis is so meaningful and so interesting to me, compared to what we're potentially doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna re-listen to this video, you guys, once it ended.
Figure out my character and what I'm going into.
So I will be listening to it like a second time.
I guess parting questions on here.
Sure.
What is your confidence level on, given the past history, and like, have you changed anything? That we've seen individual systems come in and be completely skewed from a huge delta between the top, its most effective to the least effective. And now you're adding several of them at once, which have the potential to compound on each other, even in small ways, each of them, which all add up to each other. How confident are you that we are going to be in a situation where it doesn't particularly matter and you're going to get that feeling that you didn't make a wrong choice, given what we've had in the past?
I mean, there's no answer to this question that won't come back to bite me in various forms. I look forward to reading Ian Hazzikostas' quotes on Twitter a few months from now. It's our goal. You know, are we going to get it perfect? No. Are we going to have to make some changes? Yes. Are we going to be guided in those changes by trying to not like invert rankings? If something is massively OP in one situation, we're going to try to adjust it in a way that keeps it the best in that situation, but just not have such a large gap that it makes it seem like the only viable option. Are we going to get that wrong sometimes? Yes. Our goal right now is to get as much feedback as possible. There's a lot of, some of the abilities that you've mentioned in this chat are some of the ones that are on our radar, and there's a lot of good discussion about others. We know we need to make significant changes to a lot of these. There's 48 different abilities across the covenants. Some of them need to be redesigned. Some need substantial numbers tweaks. We know that, and we've left ourselves time to do that.
Okay.
So our goal is to do as much of that as possible during beta, and then make conservative changes once we're live. And if something's a bit out of whack, we probably leaned more towards doing that in a patch in the next tier with a lot of advance notice so people can plan around it, versus you log in one day and the rules have changed out from under you in a way that you can't adapt to.
Okay. My final question then before you go, just a quick one, is, I mean, internally, are you guys still thinking, knowing, and I think you guys do know, this is going to have a disruptive effect to a lot of people's gameplay, that you think the benefit of just the player power, not the no one wants to swap covenants, no one wants to do anything like that, but just the player power element is worth it for what you're trying to achieve here?
We do continue to think that, yes.
Okay.
And I think our goal is, and the conversation I'd love to continue to have with the community in the next couple of months is, what are the biggest problems? What are the areas of greatest worry? What are the things that are going to make this fail? Let's try to target those. Let's try to shore those areas up. Is there the fallback option at the end of the day of removing all the restrictions and, okay, you can just mix and match and you can switch this stuff much more freely? If we need to pull that ripcord, it exists. But
when are we doing that?
That is seen as a last recourse.
Okay.
I know I'm running low on time. There's one thing I actually wanted to share or talk about a little bit.
Please.
That in conduits, everybody loves conduits, right?
Okay.
So destructibility, we agree that's a problem. It's something we've been talking a lot about. I think we're often hesitant to admit things that we know things aren't successful designs until we have an alternate proposal. But yeah, I think you've talked a lot about the so-called mythic tax. And I think the design of semi-permanence, but it can be overcome and made flexible by a lot of really annoying grinding and re-earning the same.
I'm gonna post that there because I have something actually to add to that. I wouldn't think I would comment on like something I'm listening to when it comes to WoW, like discussions. But that thing he said right there, that is literally the dumbest thing you can ever say when you always show basically the opposite when it comes to the execution. So basically, he basically just like admitted straight up that like they don't fix things until they have enough idea to try and like improve those things that suck with the other idea. But usually, as I've seen since like what, every time Blizzard tries to like perfect one idea because that idea sucked, it sucks even more. And he straight up just admitted that. They basically don't fix things until they have enough idea that can try to fix things. Not gonna lie, that was a horrible answer. Like that was literally one of the dumbest answers I've ever heard from Iron. That actually made me mad. Oh, sure, Dev, but like, yeah, that got me mad, guys. Not gonna lie. When Blizzard shows those kinds of things, don't fucking say that. That makes them look that makes Ion and Blizzard, when it comes to WoW, look like, yeah, that's exactly what you have done for years. Thanks for admitting you're dumb.
Recipe for frustration.
Yep.
When it comes to fixing.
The goal here is to encourage.
That was too much. That brutalness was too much, of honesty.
And having that choice that's meaningful, oh yeah, except you can do this really annoying thing for a few hours every week and get the best of both worlds. We know where that's going to lead.
I'll just do this, then you can see the better your friend. Thanks.
Fools that we were
for tuning in.
We're like, well,
from Dev's promotion to my stream, friend of yours, Dev.
These traits, and it's like
this is the main off-spec transmog.
Like this item drops, and it's a healer trinket.
Mandatory one,
drops, and it's a tank trinket. The way Azerite works,
and this is my main spec one.
This or that.
Not counting the hill.
Dial it
like
in,
that.
Lock it in. But then, of course, the immediate feedback that we got internally before anyone had seen this was, well, what if I make the wrong choice? What if I misclick? What if I've never even seen this trait before and I want to try it out? Well, that's terrible. Okay, let's let you change it. And then that led to the idea of, what if we have this exponentially increasing cost? That way, no one will just swap these back and forth repeatedly.
I forgot to go out
why
like
do you guys
some
like
of the
that?
bosses to sell shit.
I don't get why you guys have a problem with it.
Okay,
It's our
then,
choice, right?
I'm gonna have mail anyway.
Again, part of that is it gets back to what things should be customizable.
Wait, what? Let me check that.
Encounter situation, and what things are static. And I guess our vision is a balance of the two, with the vast majority being customizable.
Oh, you mean the text? Right, I'll just hide it for like a second then.
You change your spec, you change all that stuff.
Yeah, so fun.
But yeah, so conduits.
Let me show
we
again.
Recognize this is heading down that same path. Now, we don't want to jump to. We've seen the discussions of hey, just make them like essences, which again are exactly in that mode right now of something you can pick for encounter.
So this, not this.
That's a whole.
So
lot
this is basically all-spec mandatory transmog.
For every encounter, you are now in addition to talents, in addition
and
to your
this,
spec, in addition to all of
not
this,
counting the hill,
evaluating which of
is
these
main spec transmog, and that's how it looks like on like both specs.
The game doesn't need more of that.
It is a very specific, unique transmog, because I've not seen a single other player try and copy my transmog idea here. Because it's supposed to be heavily inspired by the Deathwing mount here. And this is the best currently in the game. Might change in Shadowlands with like some of my pieces for this transmog at some time.
You're going to have to do because we know that if that's an option,
like looking gear sets that is the closest to matching up, I feel, or like not matching up. Very inspired of that mount. This is the closest I could get to
normally
in the game currently.
We don't talk about stuff until we have a solution to announce because it's frustrating. But I just wanted to make it clear that we're not going to go live.
Everyone was so excited. I could feel them shaking around the world.
Thank you very much, like this friend for liking it.
I can only imagine.
I'm very happy to hear that.
Okay.
We're not going to go live with the destructible conduits as they are now.
Okay.
We know there's some.
I'm glad that people can acknowledge that like my transmog is badass. And I hadn't had a single comment so far.
Well, thank you very much for your time. It was great to actually do this, and it's been amazing to see how different it has been with the Shadowlands. I said the same thing to Morgan.
It took me almost over 2 months to get all the pieces for these transmogs.
Not just for myself, everybody around the community, and getting involved and looking at.
So that was also like a huge grind.
Tweaks. It's just been incredible, and we look forward to more class design. Obviously, Shadow Priest and things are still waiting.
The chess piece, especially in Firelands, that was the one that was the biggest hurt.
I really hope you guys continue on with this.
Both the chess piece and the hill.
Apparently, I have a lot of people saying, "When's the next beta wave?"
I mean,
this
ongoing,
hill,
I think,
like that hill right here.
But yeah, I think
that was the biggest hurdles and the chess plate to get. It took me weeks until Blizzard finally decided to give me it. Actually, it happened 2 weekends ago. What it is now?
We know there's a lot of people who jump in, log in once, say, "Okay, cool, Shadowlands,"
and that was off stream.
Then there's others who are really testing seriously. We want to keep a certain level of concurrency, and we're going to keep, opening up that spigot to keep the servers relatively full as it takes.
Okay. So no date, but soon-ish.
Yep, basically every week it'll be a rolling process.
Yeah. And you've been super consistent with that as well, so that's awesome. All right, thank you very much for your time, Ian. I hope we can do it again sometime.
Absolutely. Likewise. It's been a pleasure chatting.
I look forward to the raid testing as well, so have a great day.
Likewise. Take care. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Okay, now we'll re-listen to when it started again. One more time. I think it was like 44, 33. No, it wasn't. Okay, what about 42? It starts after 42 and 06 basically. Like 42 minutes in the stream, that's what was when it started.
The man in charge of all these things, Mr. Ian Hazakostas himself. I would just like to extend our gratitude. Mr. Ian, welcome.
Hey, Mike. It's a pleasure to be here with you.
It is. It's great to talk to you again. We didn't get much of a chance last time. It was very brief, huddled into a small...
Be right back, like, fast. Be right back fast. Just gotta do something. I usually do this at, like, when I remember about this exact time right now.
room.
All the way back.
Okay, back again.
Yeah, you promised me a beer, by the way, which never happened.
BlizzCon is a whirlwind. I don't know how anyone makes it through those 3 days, but I miss it. I can't.
Thanks for checking out the stream from Dev's
I know it's been a really unfortunate time for that kind of thing. BlizzCon is
I'm very happy for that.
Experiences for anybody who hasn't been to BlizzCon. I recommend you.
You're doing the right thing, guys. From the YouTube streams.
How are you guys working?
Mine of these like streams description. Keep it up.
At this point, this is the new normal.
It makes me very happy when like that happens. It makes me want to
figuring out using the tools from home, getting everything.
Continue have like enjoyment in looking forward to a future stream when I do it again.
Like meetings actually are great. Like probably even more efficient in a lot of ways.
Until shit eventually hits the fan.
Present in the same room. The biggest challenge I think was the impromptu creative brainstorming jam sessions that often just happen like bouncing an idea off somebody in the hallway or swinging by somebody's desk. Trying to recreate those moments that are important for creativity when we're all, in a more structured home environment has been a challenge, but I think we figured things out.
Yeah, we've had the same issue here, obviously on a smaller scale, especially when we're bouncing ideas around. For our bigger content, we're having to do it through Discord and things. It's not that same creative soup that you can kind of make when everybody's just flying things out very quickly. Now,
speaking of transmog,
this is going to be more of a conversation.
Actually, I'm going to show one more thing.
Regarding some recent things, because, I mean, let me explain my standpoint, is one...
There's also this mount here that I finally got after, like, going into, I mean, like, pretty much, like, not exactly whole 3 days, but, like, I don't know, 60 plus. I didn't keep count, but like let's just say a fuck ton of times, Stone Core. Yeah, I know, Dev mate, but your friend hasn't. That's why I'm like bringing it up now itself. And since he mentioned he liked my transmog, I might as well also point out like some additional stuff about a different transmog that isn't mandatory in terms of like I'm working on it, but I work on it. That said, I don't take it seriously itself. And if the pieces drops, that's awesome. But like, this mount here took me a fuck ton of like going back into Stone Core, the first bots, which is called slap height, like back and forth, like too many times. I can't remember how many times exactly, but let's just say it was way too many times. But like, I tried to find on some transmog in the game for like some hours of like, if I recall correctly, before I got it itself, while I was still working on it when I could, it sells usually on like every single Tuesday. That's when I went the past like 2 Tuesdays, if I recall correctly, went in and grinded for this mount. It suddenly dropped, and that was when I suddenly had a full group. Before that, it never fucking dropped. I don't know if that was like pure miracle coincidence, or it was like, well, if you want mounts, even from old content that is basically dead on arrival has been for years, but if you want it faster, be in a full group, and your chances of getting the mount is a lot higher rather than if it's just your own in there. But like, I don't know, again, I don't know if that was coincidence, but it is what it is. But during like my grind for this mount, I was also, very, very interested in, is there something in the game that can be very inspired of this mount in terms of a transmog set? And after a lot of like hours, several days ago, I found something that does look like this might be like the closest thing I could, for now, that is, find to something that, even through, there is some colors that doesn't fully inspire like this mount here, and doesn't really fit with the transmog set I'm about to show you, Ruan. And those beside like Def that haven't seen it itself, maybe also in the stream, to see it itself, that whiteness will probably be replaced, I don't know, in some years' time, but I don't know when. But till then, it is something I feel like still matches and looks very, very unique, and is the closest like thing I feel for a transmog set, regardless of the white, and this is in some of the gear piece itself that matches with it. Alright, I'll have to do this so you can see at the middle. This here and after that I have one more also to show, which is another one, also not mandatory, but currently that one is still a work in progress and will be for a long time to come. The current pieces for that offer transmog itself, which is supposed to be heavily inspired by this mount here, which is this set here, is not gonna be exactly like that, but for now, it's the closest thing I feel like to something that matches the colors of it. With almost everything. But yeah, that's just some additional transmog I thought you should see, Ruan. Thank you very much, Steph. I'm glad for that. Oh yeah, you hadn't actually seen that yet. You had seen the like mandatory ones and primary ones are used now itself, but you hadn't seen the blue one nor this one most likely. So it's also the first time you're seeing that. Thank you very much, mate. I appreciate that. I'm very happy that the blue one is also being acknowledged by even now my mates in the game, like you and your friend. Looks really dang cool and unique. Like, that makes me happy. It shows that like all that time consumption effort in finding the pieces for that one, other people agree with. This is definitely something that feels very awesome inspiration. Okay, now we'll put up this second again.
The Covenants look fantastic. What we've seen, and you've expanded and fleshed them out with the weekly events that have come into there, the way the zones are being modified, all those elements just look so wonderful. And of course the transmog, the mounts, all those elements. But the concern has been raised many, many times since the alpha, is that you've taken a position that we've not seen before, is that you're going to be bringing in class abilities that are going to be locked off to those players. And the more we look to the future on this issue, is that it seems like it disrupts not only the top end, which is where a lot of the sort of focused arguments and emotional arguments have been, but actually can resonate throughout that community, all the way to every level of play, including guys who just want to play around with something for a little while and will be unable to do so. So we're just looking to get an idea of why we've made that choice, why you think that's a benefit.
So I think, okay, a lot of it comes down to a question of identity versus moment-to-moment decisions. And I think WoW as a whole, games as a whole, are arguably a large set of choices and decisions that you make on a wide range. And I think in WoW, if you, I this if you had a whiteboard or something to illustrate on, but if you imagine a spectrum of permanence and scope of a decision you make, and at one end of that spectrum is the first decision you make when you start playing World of Warcraft. What's your class? That is completely permanent. Obviously, you can make separate characters, but there is no way to change that. That affects a vast array of your capabilities and strengths, and that is like the foundation of identity in WoW. Race alongside that, though that's more malleable, has lower impact. On the far other end of the spectrum, I mean, there's also micro choices, like literally what button are you going to press next while you're in the middle of a combat, but there are the choices that you make that are more a loadout. They're not part of your identity. They are...
Oh, I forgot to tell, by the way, Dave. The past couple of times I have been out and grinding, you know, for example, when I went into Nighthold yesterday itself, there was like 9 hordes at me that wanted to gank my ass, and one of them tried killing me at the same time I went into the raid itself.
If you take Windrush Totem as a shaman, you're not a Windrush Totem.
I know there's always a risk of like someone of hordes, especially when you have like overwhelming numbers and you're that faction and you're in war mode and see me, that you probably want to kick my ass, you know, kill me. But
like from the earliest conception, it was, this is a weighty choice that you're going to make, and to be
I find it just like, you know, try-hard behavior as well as like disrespectful, because
and preferences across
I mean, in overwhelming numbers,
for the transmog,
if you and me were against like one player, Horde that was AFK, and he had no backup, yes, of course I would take advantage of that situation and like, you know, kill that Horde. But when it comes to overwhelming force, it itself, and I have no backup itself, I will never ever take on a Horde, nor take on a Horde that is like isolated itself, unless they are like low level and they have no backup. If they were low level, then I wouldn't mind kicking their ass and killing them. It itself, but when they're max level, even isolated or AFK, I don't do that, because I'm not the kind of type. But Horde, however,
part of who you are going forward. That's a
man, mate, they sure don't have that like same, you know,
RPG element. It's
respect about their like
while yes,
opposing players.
Faced with any difficult choice, of course you'd like to say, well, I don't want to choose. I want to have everything, or I want to have the best parts of bucket A in the situations where those are best, and I want the best parts of bucket B in the situations where those are best. But
well, yeah, but like I said, I have my reasoning for not doing it. If I ever do an exception, it's because that player is low level and has no backup at all with him.
The strengths and weaknesses that we bring to bear in any given.
Then, regardless of anything, I will kick his ass.
Okay. I mean, there's a few.
I will just kill him
and
basically, you know, show him.
And I think the biggest.
You shouldn't be in this like situation, and you shouldn't have one mode on when you're low level. I will kick your ass.
I don't think there's anything.
I will make you regret going war mode in that case.
From my understanding,
but that is the only literal
not
exception.
My own point of view, but of many others, and we did a lot of research into this. There's no one asking not to swap covenants. In fact, the idea of committing my character to a covenant is great, and I think it's something that World of Warcraft has lost along the way. It's the practical side of this that really sort of gives it that going too far feel. And historically we have seen the pendulum swing to the point where it's causing a lot of issues. So those issues are far and wide. I mean, you brought up consequences there. And it's something that's very much been tossed around.
I'll just wait for my Garrison Hearthstone to get off again. I can't be as like with this situation.
So if your consequence is for somebody who's not particular, because we're only talking about player power here, right? That's the only thing that I have I'll speak for myself. Only I have a problem with the player power, because that severely impacts my gameplay, and it impacts the choices I might want to make down the line. And we're literally talking about potentially giving up a hell of a lot, a very costly price, because when I was leveling, I didn't think that spell was particularly good. And now I realize actually it's pretty good, so I kind of want to try it. I go and try it, and now I have to give up my entire covenant progression for that. I have to do some sort of quest line, and then I get there, and I'm not particularly happy with it. And then I need to do some sort of quite large grind just to come back. And all I wanted to do was try out a spell. You know, that was it. I just wanted to try out that spell. And we would feel, say, a lot of comparisons to TBC with Aldor and Scryer, and people would probably feel very differently if Aldor came with Cloak of Shadows, but Scryer came with Shadow Step. Then we would probably think of those things in a very difficult way. When it comes to the consequences, for a player who's not particularly interested in player power or has is less affected by player power, their consequence is almost meaningless. On the other end of the spectrum and everyone in between, there's a huge delta between those two. The consequences is severe, quite severe in terms of what we do, especially given the difficulty we've had in the past with balancing a lot of this stuff. And obviously this time around, you've bitten off a lot more than before, is by introducing multiple systems at once. And we obviously have a lot of pessimistic thoughts, not only from the fun side, that sometimes I do want to play with Abomination's Limbs of DK. It's hilarious. It just giant slap hands. It's so fun. Do I want to commit to that forever? Nah, not really. But it's hilarious. I want to mess around with it. And I'm a Death Knight and he's a Death Knight. And I've never in the history of this entire game been told that, no, you can't do what a Death Knight can do. And that's where we kind of fall down with this completely malleable amount of consequence in the actual practical application of this system.
Fair. So getting to the specifics, I think the scenario where you feel like you can't experiment or you can't learn what it's like on the other side of the fence without having to make this big commitment, that is a potentially separate solvable problem. I mean, we're talking about, aside from letting you use the abilities while you level, in the Covenant choice moment itself, having a little vision of your potential future. It's like a imaginary battle arena in the Maw, where you can try out the abilities of the Covenant one last time.
Okay, Dev, mate, no problem.
I could imagine us keeping that open in all scenarios, so that even if you're in a Covenant, if you want, in a specific context, to play around at length in non-leveling contexts with a Covenant's ability, just to know how it feels without having to make that large commitment, that's a completely reasonable thing to solve. And yes, a lot of this comes down to balance, and that is admittedly a challenge. And there's a lot of the discussion around specific abilities is something we're paying a ton of attention to. Things that are either just incredibly weak, incredibly strong, where it could be a numerical issue, or things that seem inherently unbalanceable, like a cheat death that's available to one subset, not any of the others. That's just a universally incredible effect. It's hard to stack up against other things. And in some cases, we may need to redesign abilities entirely. Because, yes, differences that you don't have control over can become just purely emotionally negative, especially at the competitive high end, when they're too large. I think, in terms of choice with consequence, I know that there were a lot of problems with these systems. If you go back to the beginning of Legion, I think that the choice that everyone had to make at the beginning of Legion of which spec you want to focus on was a more impactful choice, and in many ways a more permanent choice than any choice that awaits you in Shadowlands. Because it wasn't just your artifact weapon, it was also, as we know, legendaries.
Mm-hmm.
And those could be weeks apart, and if you were a mage and you started off as fire and you had a couple of fire mage specific legendaries and all of your artifact power in your fire weapon, and you wanted to try out Frost, or you wanted to go Frost for a certain scenario, there were probably literally months ahead of you in order to get to a point of comparable effectiveness. I don't like now that there were problems there. I think the majority of the problems, frankly, were on the legendary side, because once you start talking about, Pyro Bracers and Scorch Belt versus no legendaries, that's like a 15% net effectiveness difference. That's almost an entire tier's worth of gear.
Did you know I played a mage? Did you know I played a mage during this time?
Perhaps.
Yeah, I had to bank my first legendary. It was unfortunate.
But that, and yet, that was something that was in the game, right? And it was disguised in the, construct of a very simple choice you've had to make for a long time. Oh yeah, what spec do you want to play this tier? But that was far weightier. So when we look at Covenants, yes, there are situations where you may wish you had a different tool available to you. Part of the challenge for us is making sure that the gaps are never too large, and that there's never a universal right or wrong answer, where it's like, oh, you're a rogue and you picked that covenant. Yeah, that's just the wrong choice. Like, there's never a situation in which you're going to be happy that you're a member of that covenant as a player of this class. Because, yeah, that's just a trap. But, again, getting back to strengths and weaknesses, I guess a question for you and for, kind of as a representative of a large portion of the high-end competitive community, I think a trend and something that we have seen on the development team on a regular basis in terms of feedback is the desire to eliminate sources of variance, to eliminate any form of the dreaded RNG, anything that removes control from a player. Like, do you feel like it's an ideal endpoint for every hunter who is doing a Mythic Raid encounter across the world, really, to basically be the same in terms of their stats, their abilities, and the only difference among them is who can push their buttons more effectively, who can execute the mechanical aspects of their class?
I don't see why that would not be the case. I mean, personally, it's for me the difference between somebody who chooses at any point, and this kind of falls back into the discussion we've had, is that over the last couple of expansions, you've certainly muddied the waters of what we enjoy at the high end, and a lot of players don't realize it, but it's been happening since around about Legion, late WoD, when more RNG came into it. And for a lot of us, we genuinely felt so dissatisfied with our own characters because of the changes you guys made. And one of the greatest fun aspects of it was that being able to compete directly, and I can speak from personal experience, is I would compete directly with Razzie, I was a Death Knight, he was a Death Knight, and to see exactly, I know he's got the same as me, I've got the same as him, and we're trying as hard as we can to outdo each other. And we're not in the same raid, we're not even in the same realm, we're on completely different time zones, but we can do that. And then we feel like I'm a good player. Now, what I can tell you is, personally, I gave up DPS in late WoD because we were doing Black Hand and we'd had 200 pulls, and at no point was my DPS consistent. And what that meant was that I can be as good as I want to be, I can plan as far ahead as I want to plan, and the result isn't in my hands anymore. And that made me very dissatisfied, and certainly it also becomes a bit of a meme when we have Infinite Stars then come into the game, and abilities like that, where we're just looking at it and saying, who's in control here? Is the compute, am I just running around? And one thing I do have is video evidence. I have never done more damage on my character than I did before we killed N'Zoth, and I have gained 10 item levels since then, purely down to RNG. And it's extraordinarily dissatisfying to have that experience, whereas you guys always, I mean, for me, this is what's very strange about this whole thing, is one of the big feedbacks we have from WoD, which a lot of people dislike for various reasons. But the classes, super simple. You kept it super simple, you gave us some wonderful new spells, and class design was great. People could swap, we could just change and re-roll, just get some gear, and off you go to the races. What we didn't have was people setting up islands in their bedroom so they could go and farm AP, or doing world quests over and over again. And and now we're looking certainly at the high end this time, where it looks much, much worse. But I'd also come, that's that part. But earlier you brought up Legion, and I would say that yes, the legendaries, I mean, they were so RNG, it was difficult to swap between specs regardless. I don't think I was able to do it until the Nighthold. But the artifact weapons were our choice. And this is why we do have this pessimism, is we were told by you guys, look, we know you guys are worried about choosing artifact weapons, where you're going to put this AP, so we're not going to change anything. And 2 weeks into the expansion, you had to alter the rogue ones because of the balances issues after we went live. And all those rogues said, you told us you weren't going to do this. And then you guys did it. And that's why we have this definite pessimism, where we just think, ultimately, for the content I enjoy, this severely disrupts things. I do truly believe it's going to disrupt things for a lot of people in about 2 to 3 months, when that guy sees, let's say his DK chooses Kyrian because he loves Kyrian, it's so good. And you're saying, okay, yeah, but you can go and try out the other abilities in, say, a Torghast closed environment or something. It's like, well, that's not what I want to do. I want to go PvP with it for now. I want to drag people around Warsong Gulch for a couple of days. But I still love Kyrian. I love the mod, I love the theme, I love the weekly event, I love what I've done in my zone. And now, for the first time ever, you're telling me that if I really want to do that, I actually have to re-roll a second DK to be able to do that realistically without having to overcome massive jumps and hurdles. And to all these things, we just feel like we're retreading the same ground, which was the similar thing with the Azerite armor, where throughout the entire alpha we were saying this isn't going to work how you guys hope, and then we spent the next maybe 6 or 7 months fidgeting through it until ultimately it was like, okay, we're just going to open it up. Sorry, there was a lot in your statement that I was trying to get through there.
Totally. Okay, so it's also a lot in yours. Let's see. So
yeah, this is why we have the conversation, I guess.
I completely agree on like RNG mechanics and variants within combat in terms of your performance, the range, like the delta between high end and low end infinite stars procs or whatever, is not a particularly satisfying aspect of gameplay. I think there's room for those things, but they shouldn't be the things that are the highest performers in the hands of competitive players. There's a lot that we've learned from essences, from corruption, from various trinkets, particularly like it's been a lot of topic of a lot of internal discussion among the team. The same way when we're designing a talent row, if there is an active button that requires skillful use and just a pretty much fire and forget passive in the row, the passive shouldn't be the theoretically optimal performing talent as compared to perfect use of the active ability that's much harder to execute. If the passive ends up being better in the hands of someone who is misusing or underusing the active, that's totally fine. But even just evaluating damage corruptions like gushing or infinite stars against stat corruptions, the stat corruptions should have simmed better, and the fact that they weren't for a large portion of the tier or for many specs is a problem. At the end of the day, if you do well in an encounter or poorly, you should feel like that's because of you played well or you played poorly. And yes, sometimes you get targeted with every encounter mechanic, and that's just how things go. But that's a whole separate layer.
Mm-hmm.
But that's different from the choices that separate people going into a match, going into an encounter. And I think that's a hallmark of the RPG genre. And I get that like the higher you go in skill echelons in all types of gameplay, the more resistance there is to the idea that non-skill associated factors might influence performance. But fundamentally, that is a difference between an RPG-based ecosystem and a typical FPS, MOBA, whatever. Like if you go play Overwatch, every tracer is tracer. All tracers are equal in terms of what they're capable of. If you get outplayed or you outplay somebody, it's because you were mechanically better at executing. In WoW, people have different gear, different stats, sometimes different choices they've made along the line, and that's not a new phenomenon. That's not something we're trying to introduce for the first time in a game that hasn't had it. I mean, you can go back and look at folks playing Classic right now, and whatever. Do you have Thunder Fury? Do you have Warglaives? Did you manage to get this? Do you have the one thing that your guild saw over the course of 3 months? Did you get that trinket? That's going to make a difference, and you might beat the other rogue or beat the other mage in your guild on a regular basis because of that character power factor. And and I get that we hear this from top arena players. The higher up you go, the more that bothers you. But and we understand that feedback. It's not a surprise to us. But across the totality of the game and the broader audience, it's that potential for differentiation between other characters, excitement, growth in power, progression that isn't purely tied to your own skill that are some of the hallmarks of the genre. So I think that's where we try to inject choice and differentiation. And some of this isn't RNG, some of it is, but other parts are conscious decisions that a player made. Going back, so I think historically, gear served much more of this function in a way that wasn't as prominent. It wasn't like an advertised expansion feature. It's just how the game worked. And we have streamlined, kind of chipped away at some of those underlying factors in a way that risks removing that specialization entirely. And that's why you see us trying to reintroduce it, because we think there is value in one person's warrior being slightly different from another person's warrior based on choices they made in terms of areas they want to specialize in. Like going back years, yeah, you needed a full separate set of tank gear from your DPS gear. Today, it's pretty much just trinkets, maybe weapons, right? Whether it was different set pieces, different stats that you needed, defense, parry, you name it. And the choices that you made every week, what is your loot specialization for this? Or what are you going to spend your currency on first? This item or that item? Help.
So far, I'm starting to get more into this interview now because there isn't any distractions as of right now for me in the game, outside the game, that like gets me out of the like in moment of listening to this interview. And so far, it honestly sounds really good. Like this sounds like, even though it's not an interview, it's just like a discussion. Sorry. This discussion honestly sounds really good to me so far. This is a great discussion so far.
Shape someone's potential such that there was a meaningful difference between someone who specialized in playing one role or someone who played multiple. And both paths had their advantages. Like the person who was just, you know, tank all the time, they want to be the best tank in the world, they made every possible gearing decision around getting the best tank gear, they could be a few percent better in terms of their overall mitigation, aside from their additional level of skill and comfort playing the spec, versus someone who was also playing a lot of DPS and gearing for that as well. But the latter player is much more versatile. If you need to drop a tank, or you're playing a swing role, or you're participating in different types of activities in the game, there are tons of things they could do that the diehard tank could not. We've removed those barriers over time, and while that there's natural like quality of life improvement to that, like of course not having a restriction is always going to immediately feel better than having a restriction. Part of what we've seen over the history of WoW is that friction also has positive benefits that aren't immediately apparent until that friction is removed. Going all the way back to something like the random group finder and LFG. And sure, it's super easy and convenient to be able to push a button and have a group of group mates to run a dungeon with, but did that do some things to erode a sense of community and fellowship? Sure it did. And similarly, a lot of these choices we've made mechanically to streamline spec switching, multi-role play, again, they have lots of upsides, but taken too far, they risk too much homogenization in a way that removes depth.
There's a few things there that are interesting points. And I'm just thinking, everything you described about the players who were able to prioritize where they wanted to go, other players who prioritized in going multi-different wings, it keeps coming back to me that was still entirely, even from the very earliest days of World of Warcraft, from day one, that was still something that was entirely in the player's hands, and every single one of them had the choice to do that should they want to. Like the barriers we're talking about are, say, gold, for example. That would be the only barrier to prevent you to do that, rather than your interest. So while it's true that somebody who goes pure DPS or whatever on their Demon Hunter, sure, they'll reach a point where they're maybe slightly better than the other guy, but that was the other player's complete freedom to be able to say, well, I'm still a Demon Hunter and I like tanking and I want to go that way as well. And obviously this varies across the player base. Is we can look at certain players and they'll do all three specs if they want to. And that's entirely their choice, and the game has never at any point said, well, we're actually going to actively stop you doing that. We're going to prevent you from doing that, because in your minds, you don't want that to happen anymore. And that's where I think we kind of hit this wall. Is like, you're actively saying we can't do that anymore, despite the fact that we've enjoyed that freedom, if we wanted to do it, for many, many years. Coming back to the RPG thing as well, and this is a little confusing, certainly, to obviously try and appease everybody, which is what we would like to see happen. Is all the elements are seemingly in place in Shadowlands to not even have this be a big deal. All the soulbinds, for example, are all part of the main story quest of every zone. We encounter them, we make friends with them, we help them. They're all people there. And for me, and maybe I'm way off base here, but if we're looking to really instill this sense of RPG, which the Covenants do, if I think about the best RPGs I've played, everything from Mass Effect to New Vegas, and old people games, I guess. we're in old people territory. I think about my companions that I choose. In Baldur's Gate, I choose my companions, and I try and build that squad. So if I choose to go Kyrian, because I love everything about Kyrian, but the soulbinds are just, they're not right, okay? Like, we went live, they're not right. Some of them are completely over the top. We're already aware of, and obviously the lofty goal is to make sure this isn't the case, but historically it has been the case, is that there are some that are way out of whack. And you don't even get to try the soulbinds or see the soulbinds until you cap, unless you're somebody who's going to do extra research. Then wouldn't it not be a better, even RPG immersive element to say, right, I really want that Venthia soulbind. That comes with the Venthia ability. I'm going to go pick them up. And now I have a story quest. I have some sort of RPG immersion factor to try and convince this Venthia to help me as a Kyrian because of the good of the Shadowlands, and they all.
I wish we honestly had more discussions.
Differently, and that's part of my journey on my role playing.
Do not say that.
Is to immerse myself.
It might
because I don't think of any
into
game
situations
say,
frequently when it comes to helping players
the
that you don't see anyone queue for hours. But that's usually how it is. But they will come. But if you give up fast, you will never ever see them. It's like
think about is the stories
they will come, dude. Just pretend like players that want help is like RNG you meet in the game.
Strange, potentially hill to die on here if this, if we do come out this way and the
like for example this way itself. Let's say you're going for a specific mount, right? It hasn't dropped and you have been in a dungeon for that mount or raid like 15 plus times. Suddenly on the 16th time, it is dropping for you, and it's the same with like random people itself. I.e., for 5 hours you might not ever see a single person queue. It's just an example, but like it feels that way. Then suddenly after like 5 minutes or something, or 45 minutes, boom, a person queues. But it tends to happen. From my experiences, usually when people either quit, if they want to help me to help other players, it tends to happen.
Beware.
Like it tends to happen faster when people usually basically give up in my groups and ain't me. But that's why I like, dude, determination. You gotta be determined. When it comes to this thing, otherwise you will never ever see a single player ever. Like even if there goes like 5 hours, you will never see a single player ever anything queue up to. Never ever. They will come, but they will not come if you are not determined. I'm used to it. I've done it for years.
Beware.
It doesn't bother me. It would bother me if I didn't do anything in between, but that's kind of like also, I guess, another reason for why I do this, like old content grind, dude. It keeps me occupied constantly with something to do. So I don't just like, basically like this and do nothing.
Beware.
While I'm in the queue, unless like I'm watching something. Another thing is also, like, to avoid getting impatient when it comes to, doing this Bomber Blaze, it's right, mate. Constantly have something that occupies you, something that takes your mind off of people not queuing. If you constantly have something that is occupying you itself and is on your mind, that way, yes, it will take forever. Sometimes it feels like before someone queues, but you are not so like affected by it as easily because you're constantly keeping yourself occupied. And that's what I'm doing constantly too. It's the same thing if I suddenly have moments where do also help other players. That might be off stream and I might be on stream itself, and I actually don't do anything at all in the game because I don't feel like it, or there isn't enough time to do anything in the game like that time itself for me. I just stand in like a capital and do fuck all. I watch things in the background, like things I haven't watched in ages or wanted to see, and now I have the time. Like I said, the key is, dude, keeping yourself occupied, keeping yourself constantly occupied. No matter what happens with like a situation, when it comes to trying to find other people that either wants to whisper you outside, being in group find the queue, when it comes to helping other players, or they queue. Keep yourself constantly occupied. Constantly occupied, be determined. They will come, dude. But you gotta be determined. Determination is everything for them to show up, mate. Trust me. I know this from
5,
experiences,
4,
for having done this for countless years.
2, 1.
Don't get me wrong here, of course, Dave, mate. I'm not trying to be rude to anything. I'm just being, like, basically, usually like I talk. Straight to the point, very direct. Like, just being me, Keep yourself occupied, mate. Trust me.
5,
You won't get affected by
4,
like
3,
people not queuing so
2,
easy.
1.
Awesome. It's all good, mate. Apology accepted. I knew you didn't do that intentional. Anyways.
The players across the board, not just the high end, start looking at things with a bit of green-eyed envy and
5,
say, well,
4,
everything's
3,
here to not even have this
2,
be a big deal
1.
and enhance the RPG elements of the game, make them even more immersive, and really double down on the Covenant system.
So I think, yeah, when we say RPG is definitely a bit of an overloaded term. There is the like role-playing in the narrative fantasy sense, and then there's the crunchy or stat-driven role-playing where yes, the machine gun versus sniper rifle, or are you a stealth expert, or are you better at speech, or hand-to-hand combat, or whatever else, that all tends to lead towards
5,
that's differentiation,
4, 3,
different
2,
different toolkits
1.
that lead to you solving different problems differently. Yes, we have the ability to shape the narrative however we please. We certainly could have told a totally different story where covenants work in a different way, and anyone can soul bind with anyone. Yes, we consciously chose to focus on gameplay differentiation first and craft the narrative in support of that.
Thanks for the like, by the way, guys,
part of it comes down
who
to,
of
and I
you
know this
that did it.
is,
I assume that was
get it,
probably
it's
you,
gonna
Dev,
get circular.
2,
But
or your friend.
1.
we are trying to get these systems.
Regardless, like, thank you for those of you that did it. I appreciate that on the stream.
Far earlier
It's
than
very kind
something
of
like Azerite.
Yep.
To allow us to better spot, iterate, refine, redesign pieces of it in order to avoid the problem where, yes, there's someone falls into a trap where all of their soul binds are subpar and they completely regret their choice. But at the end of the day, so getting back to the topic of choice from
5,
way earlier,
4, 3.
my contention is that
Actually, I
WoW
forgot to say something. I
enough.
just got mine up. Yes, of course, also being that determined and not having anyone queue for hours, especially for a description like I have, like they've made. That also will attract, eventual trolls that is actually trolls and show it in their behavior from Group Finder. Usually cross-realm players from specific realms that I currently can't remember, but I can when I get reminded of like them itself in the moment that they show up in like whispering to me. Yes, of course, it will also attract them, but like if there's one
5,
thing I've learned
4,
from good older viewers of mine
1.
and mature ones that isn't a POS when it comes to their behavior online and towards me and itself in general. It is either ignore their comment or see if basically like you can make themselves look like a clown so much that like they get the spotlight time that they crave, but other people can see how much of like a clown they are. And then
5,
eventually, after
4,
lots of chances, that's when you start giving them basically the smackdowns. Like, boom, those smackdowns, if you get what I mean. When they haven't gotten the message clearly in their brain after like some warnings. That's when you give them the like uber smackdown. And before that, starting getting the small smackdowns. But yeah. I also get used to that, and I'm used to those kinds of like people. Of course they frustrate me, annoy me, but I simply I usually don't respond to them. I just I close the whisper window of that player
5,
and then move on.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And they don't either usually crave a response either from me. Like they don't say, can you please respond? Did you hear what I said or something like that? Like I have yet to seen like a troll from Other Realms itself player that didn't like show this in a second whisper to me in terms of like how much they wanted my attention about their question.
Probably more than enough. Ways in which you can
5,
customize your loadout
4,
going into a
3,
particular encounter.
2,
If you're
1.
about to pull a boss, you are potentially changing your spec, going over all of your talent rows, making sure that your talent choices are what you want them to be. You're looking at what trinkets you have equipped, or other particular gear choices within that, consumables, within the Covenant system in Shadowlands, picking which soulbind you're going to use, which active branch of your soulbind you're going to have. You can be changing, a half dozen different buttons on your bar, the capabilities of your character in very meaningful ways from moment to moment.
It's sad and pathetic.
An extra layer on top of that, like that's not an area that needs.
But you can't do anything about them, even if you like try.
We approached this system from the perspective of trying to shore up something.
Some of them are just relentless, dude. Absolutely
over the course
relentless.
of the last few expansions.
Like honestly, sometimes trolls they remind me
longer term differentiation.
A lot about
people who were fire mages or people who were arms warriors, people who were holy priests. Because
constant
everything about themselves from moment to moment with no friction.
Constant IRL bullies.
4, 3,
I mean, I'm just not
2,
sure
1.
that
Like
I understand
the
the
tough
goal.
guy,
I really
the tough
do.
guy.
I'm fully on board with the idea
basically
behind it.
bully.
I don't think, from what we've seen and what we've tested, that's the mark we're getting even close to in a lot of cases. So if I think that the difference, if I look at something like a DK, and someone tries to make the case to me that Shackle the Unworthy, a single target arcane dot for my Death Knight, is an immersive choice, I have to completely disagree with them.
5,
And say that's
4,
I don't see it. Maybe I'm wrong,
1.
but I don't see it. When we're talking about a lot of these spells, and I think we really need to bring up the issue here, which is quite clear on its own. Like we're talking about, maybe you're talking about the balancing system, and we want to try and get it right. And that was exactly the same comment that we had with Azrael Armor, which never worked out throughout the entire BFA. Is that we want you to make sure you don't have a wrong choice, and we never got there. Like at any point, we didn't get there. And that's fair, we kind of moved on from there and we moved past it. And this time around, we're now
5,
looking at things,
4,
certain spells that
2,
don't work even across
1.
the entire spec. So if you look at Primordial Wave for a Shaman, Mirrors of Torment for a Mage, those are spells that actually, Mirrors of Torment, for example, doesn't have any real practical use during the leveling experience. So you're likely to not think that's particularly good. Yet watching Zaryu last night test it out with Benruki was amazing. They were using it so well. Those players are going to be like, oh, that's actually really good. But while I was leveling,
I just noticed I'm so occupied.
and now I'm a shaman.
And into this
I think
interview,
you still play a shaman. So if you
then I'm gonna
look at Primordial
probably hit the
pretty
enrage
good
timer
on
here
main
of
spec,
the
which is
boss.
Resto. So I'm going to commit to that.
I'm not gonna die.
Quite
Still, I'm pretty
literally
sure.
almost
But
a dead button if you were to go to enhance.
this is looking
the way
very
it
like
works just doesn't pan out at all.
tight. It looks like I
we're
might
looking at
actually
these
hit the enrage
scenarios and saying,
timer.
well, we'll tweak this and we'll tweak that, and I understand that we can do that. But we're midway through the year now. We obviously want Shadowlands to be out this year, and it's a case of like three things here for me. One, it looks like these spells don't actually provide that level of immersion compared to what potentially could be there just through straight storytelling. And I think a lot of people feel that way. It's like they look at some of these spells and they're like, well, it's a slightly green sword for Necrolords, right? For the Paladin, it's a green, it's a slightly green hammer. Am I now immersed and feel the might of the Scourge throwing through me? Not particularly. But some of them are really good. And then how much of a sacrifice are you guys willing to make to people's gameplay to really force this in? Because we haven't, like I say, it's not like choosing a class. Like a class comes with 3 specs with whole spell books worth of things to play around with. They all work differently. They have 3 talent trees amongst them.
Oh shit, he dropped the one that is also a good alternative. No, never mind, that's not
like
the
a
one.
subclass. And I'm like, is a subclass really 2 spells and a passive? Because in no other game, I don't think we would get away with that.
Do I actually already have that?
And it feels like if we were going full immersion, so they were a subclass, there would be more in terms of the gameplay side. And it does feel like we've not
drop the right
quite
one.
got there yet, unless you have more
That is
things
good
planned.
alternative.
Sure. I mean, so
let's see where
subclass is more of a. That's the general vibe. Clearly, it's a tiny fraction of what a class offers. I mean, using analogies to other games, if you think you're familiar with Path of Exile, like an Ascendant you might pick in that game is technically a vague form of subclass, even though it's just a few passives, but they can be pretty transformative. So I think when we talk about immersion, yes, for some people, the thing that draws them to a class or to a covenant may just be like the visceral feel and the fantasy of pushing an ability using a button. But when that's kind of the overloading of the term RPG. It's I think a lot of people, you hear RPG and you think of somebody LARPing in a field, but it also could be, I want to specialize in this strength over that one. Is my Death Knight going to be stronger at single target damage than Death Knights of other covenants? Not necessarily massively stronger.
What the fuck?
Marginally stronger. To the point that I might, compared to the other Death Knight in my raid group, outperform them in some ways. If there are specific role assignments, someone needs to tunnel the boss versus someone peeling off to handle ads, that might be something that you or your raid leader take into account when figuring out how your raid in particular is going to approach solving a problem. Like,
just stopping the interview for a second, because something here is not right. This used to drop from this boss on one of the like difficulties for this raid. Now it doesn't even show that it has a second drop chance, and there is no other version that shows up in it. I've never had that happen to me about this axe before. This makes no sense at all. Like, what the actual fuck? Like, okay, I stupid. That is absolutely stupid. So stupid. That gets me heated, not gonna lie.
Think about and that I talk about when I'm saying
Beta for Azeroth, guys, makes sense once again. I hate to say it, but now it makes sense once again.
When you can change your loadout for the situation, as you and so many others point out, there is a right answer. And that's something that, it might be not known immediately. The very first guilds to crack the puzzle will try different approaches, but it gets solved. And then what trickles down throughout the community, as we've seen over time, is, well, this is the right way to play. This is the spec you should be here for this type of content. These are the talents that you should have. And if you're not, that actually, like, I know a lot of the anxiety that players have outside of the, cutting edge, or the people who personally hate the idea of being, only 99% of optimal, of not getting the orange parse or, the gold parse. The anxiety people have is the imagined just fear that one day they're going to apply for a group, get asked what their covenant is, they're going to say Venthyr or Kyrian, and get declined.
No, I forgot to go out and sell stuff outside.
And what I think
on heroic difficulty
is when you
so my bags were full and I had to go back to my garrison.
Irony, but having
or
complete control over something can, in a way,
for
remove your freedom.
The boss that I didn't know for obvious reasons, and that situation,
then when a
to get that loot
or someone is
this will not happen this time, because this time I remember.
Well, are you fire or frost for their Mythic Plus group? Well, if you say you're not fire, they probably just implied or assumed 20 different things about you. Like, well, you must not be someone who cares about performance, because if you were, you'd be fire. You probably don't know a whole lot about the game in a bunch of ways. You're probably someone who's going to stand in a lot of mechanics, and you're one of those weird people who prioritizes, personal fun and the feel of your abilities over big numbers and big pulls and timing keys, and so declined. And that's unavoidable to an extent, because people are based on trying to make judgments based on limited information among a pool of applicants, whether it's a pug leader or someone trying to figure out who to bench. But when something isn't in time, when everyone knows that people had to make choices, and this is the legendary they crafted first, and they didn't craft this other one first, or this is what they got as a drop, or they didn't get this, or they chose this covenant and not that one, that doesn't necessarily imply all of those things about you, because you can't change it freely. I think people weren't in Legion, declining people for pugs certainly early on, when people were much more limited in their selection of legendaries because they didn't have a specific legendary, because that wasn't a reasonable thing to ask of somebody or to assume, and you weren't reading in a bunch of things about their character or how they played the game.
I'm really confused on this, actually. I'm not seeing how we've linked making players increasing exclusion possibilities, because there's more points of failure now, increases the ability of people.
I forgot to say, by the way,
not be judged.
Diff to your friend.
I'm very confused
as
to how we've got from A to B there. It's like
usually my streams, dude, are very chill, but depending on
I'm dreading
what I'm checking out, as long as it's not Asmongold stuff, because I do know that there are some people from my past streaming career of viewers that doesn't want to hear on him.
Like, we checked a lot of the resources.
Anything related to him, basically, or him talking in general, that I can't really do that on stream. It itself. That said, I still do it. I just turn off the audio so no one hears it.
Nice and simple.
But if it's something that lasts like hours,
I know what to aim for.
I won't do it for every single one of those kind of like hours of content.
Unsure as to how creating fixed exclusion characteristics.
But like situations like that can make the stream not, basically chill and be listening to like things like this. It itself for doing Mythic Plus. But outside those situations, it is usually a very relaxing stream where you can unwind, if you get me. And my
when it comes to the pub world,
choice
make their own rules. I certainly don't agree with those rules.
When I listen to my
but now we're going to a situation where not only is the class
radio station that is called digitally imported .fm usually reflects that.
Say a Windwalker. Well, Windwalkers are great. They're super fun to play. Yeah, but they're not part of the meta.
So there was actually a player that queued right there, Dev. But his item level shows to me
or a warrior.
There's no freaking way that player wants help with that item.
We've added another point of
He's literally
how that improves their situation instead of
like that guy obviously has to be doing some Nihilo for Mythic rating or extremely insanely high keystone for Mythic Plus.
If there is,
so when I see players like that, I just don't whisper them. I don't whisper them at all. If they don't whisper me, I am. If they don't whisper, I mean, I don't whisper them regardless of if they whisper me or not. I mean, if they do whisper me, then I do. But if they don't, then I do not whisper them. And I assume immediately that those players with that kind of item level, that is, they don't need help. They clearly just queued for obviously the wrong thing.
MDI stuff, we've obviously just recently seen triple hunter comps.
They can also sometimes show up. But there you go.
Pugs.
It was a player that showed up in the first time in the queue in like
pushing a button.
1 hour and a half, I think.
If you're not choosing to change it in a way that makes you optimal, there must be a reason for that, is what I think the underlying mentality can often be. And that leads to people being more forced to make choices that don't necessarily align with their own personal playstyle preferences or what's fun for them because of perceived pug metas. Again, it's a nuanced aspect to it, but the contention is that a world where people have different strengths and weaknesses, and that's the key. There have to be situations where the choice you made pays off, where you feel like, okay, yes, I was a bit lower on the damage meters, but I didn't have quite as much utility on that encounter, but on this boss, I'm really glad I made this choice, and my buddy who made a different choice is a bit envious of me here. As long as there's that back and forth, and again, as long as it's not so swingy that you're getting benched or not, and again, at the limit end of the spectrum, of course, that's a whole different arena. But even in serious, cutting-edge mythic guilds, some variation in strengths and weaknesses is natural and accepted, and people approach solving problems a bit differently based on their personal rosters. How many immunities they have, do they have more AoE or less AoE? Even if in the limit world, yeah, there is a mathable solution to that problem, you just class stack to perfect your comp. Having different solutions to problems is something that adds depth, frankly. Like that's a lot of what it boils down to. It's just, is everyone just painting by numbers and approaching every dungeon, every raid encounter, every matchup in the exact same way? Or are they looking at the strengths and weaknesses they have based on everything from which legendary they crafted first, which by the way is, it's not RNG, but there's a choice there, right? Like, which spec are you making your first legendary for, your second legendary for? Which role are you focusing on? Single target? Are you focusing on AoE? Early on, those are things that are going to be differentiators, and you can't easily swap that. A month from now, you'll have all the legendaries that you want, or both of them, but when you're doing those first pulls on that first mythic boss, there's a choice to be made there. Okay. And it's that type of choice that we consider an interesting one.
Well, I think it's a subjective thing. I know you have to leave in a second. I mean, for me, making those choices on an encounter basis is so meaningful and so interesting to me compared to what we're potentially doing in the Shadowlands. Like, I consider that the most meaningful choice is to figure out my character and what I'm going into. I have a couple of, I guess, parting questions on here.
Sure.
What is your confidence level on, given the past history, and like, have you changed anything? That we've seen individual systems come in and be completely skewed from a huge delta between the top, its most effective to the least effective. And now you're adding several of them at once, which have the potential to compound on each other, even in small ways, each of them, which all add up to each other. How confident are you that we are going to be in a situation where it doesn't particularly matter and you're going to get that feeling that you didn't make a wrong choice, given what we've had in the past?
I mean, there's no answer to this question that won't come back to bite me in various forms. I look forward to reading Ian Hazzikostas quotes on Twitter a few months from now. It's our goal. Are we going to get it perfect? No. Are we going to have to make some changes? Yes. Are we going to be guided in those changes by trying to not invert rankings? If something is massively OP in one situation, we're going to try to adjust it in a way that keeps it the best in that situation, but just not have such a large gap that it makes it seem like the only viable option. Are we going to get that wrong sometimes? Yes. Our goal right now is to get as much feedback as possible. There's a lot of, some of the abilities that you've mentioned in this chat are some of the ones that are on our radar, and there's a lot of good discussion about others. We know we need to make significant changes to a lot of these. There's 48 different abilities across the covenants. Some of them need to be redesigned. Some need substantial numbers tweaks. We know that, and we've left ourselves time to do that. Okay. So our goal is as much of that as possible during beta, and then make conservative changes once we're live. And if something's a bit out of whack, we probably lean more towards doing that in a patch in the next tier with a lot of advance notice so people can plan around it, versus you log in one day and the rules have changed out from under you in a way that you can't adapt to.
Okay. My final question then before you go, just a quick one, is, I mean, internally, are you guys still thinking, knowing, and I think you guys do know, this is going to have a disruptive effect to a lot of people's gameplay, that you think the benefit of just the player power, not the no one wants to swap covenants, no one wants to do anything like that, but just the player power element is worth it for what you're trying to achieve here?
We do continue to think that, yes. Okay. And I think our goal is, and the conversation I'd love to continue to have with the community in the next couple of months is, what are the biggest problems? What are the areas of greatest worry? What are the things that are going to make this fail? Let's try to target those. Let's try to shore those areas up. Is there the fallback option at the end of the day of removing all the restrictions and, okay, you can just mix and match and you can switch this stuff much more freely? If we need to pull that ripcord, it exists. But
when are we doing that?
That is seen as a last recourse.
Okay.
I know I'm running low on time. There's one thing I actually wanted to share or talk about a little bit.
Please.
Conduits. Everybody loves conduits, right?
Okay.
So destructibility, we agree that's a problem. It's something we've been talking a lot about. I think we're often hesitant to admit things, that we know things aren't successful designs until we have an alternate proposal. But yeah, I think you've talked a lot about the so-called mythic tax. And I think the design of semi-permanence, but it can be overcome and made flexible by a lot of really annoying grinding and re-earning the same conduits over and over again. That is a recipe for frustration.
Yep.
And goal here is to encourage, again, meaningful choice where your character is stronger in some ways and weaker in others. And having that choice that's meaningful, oh yeah, except you can do this really annoying thing for a few hours every week and get the best of both worlds. We know where that's going to lead. We saw that with Azerite respecking, and fools that we were, in our minds, we're like, well, okay. We started off with the idea that Azerite armor was permanent. You lock in these traits, and it's like, and to some extent, arguably, that's more flexible than a regular piece of gear.
I'm like actually saying something right for once. Yeah, we admit we fucked up and we were stupid.
Dial it in.
Good. That's like,
of course, the immediate feedback.
Finally, some actual self-reflection of like bad decisions.
What if
rather than stating that we make bad decisions and we ain't self-reflecting on it. We just make bad decisions because of reasons.
That way, no one will just.
Thanks for self-reflecting, Iron.
Why do you guys not like that, Ian? I don't.
That is like a relief to finally actually hear some self-reflection from you developers.
Well, again, part of that is
game.
It gets back to what things should be customizable, encounter to encounter, situation to situation, and what things are static. And I guess our vision is a balance of the two, with the vast majority being customizable, right? And that's, again, you change your talent, you change your spec, you change all that stuff.
Yeah, so fun.
But yeah, so conduits, we recognize this is heading down that same path. Now, we don't want to jump to, we've seen the discussions of, hey, just make them like essences, which again are exactly in that mode right now of something you can pick per encounter, because that's a whole lot of extra stuff. It's basically, okay, before every encounter, you are now, in addition to talents, in addition to your spec, in addition to all of this, evaluating which of these many different conduits you're going to activate in each of these nodes. The game doesn't need more of that. And so we're trying to think through some middle ground where it is a semi-permanent decision. You have flexibility, but you can't change it from boss to boss. You can't, change it from dungeon to dungeon. But there isn't some overhanging tax or penalty or just really annoying thing that you're going to have to do because we know that if that's an option, you're going to do it for the sake of optimality. So we don't have a solution to announce yet, which is why normally
such a build-up.
Yeah, that's like normally we don't talk about stuff until we have a solution to announce because it's frustrating. But I just wanted to make it clear that we're not going to go live.
Everyone was so excited. I could feel them shaking around the world.
Not looking at
He's about to say it. He's going to say it.
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
We're not going to go live with the destructible conduits as they are now.
Okay.
We know there are some fundamental flaws with that design. It is a super hot topic of internal conversation.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time. It was great to actually do this, and it's been amazing to see how different it has been with the Shadowlands. I said it's the same thing to Morgan, is having opportunities like this just to see where things are, and also the interviews we've had, not just with myself, everybody around the community, and getting involved, and looking at what you did with enhancement with some tweaks. It's just been incredible, and we look forward to more class design. Obviously, Shadow Priest and things are still waiting with bated breath.
Yep.
Yeah, you've heard a thing or two. So I really hope you guys continue on with this. Apparently, I have a lot of people saying, when's the next beta wave?
I mean, ongoing. I think, we just got done with the last one. But yeah, I think basically every week from now until the end of beta, we're going to be continuing to expand the invite pool. I mean, really, what we're looking at on our end is just server concurrency. We know there's a lot of people who jump in, log in once, say, okay, cool, Shadowlands, and then log off, and they don't come back. Then there's others who are really testing seriously. We want to keep a certain level of concurrency, and we're going to keep, opening up that spigot to keep the servers relatively full as it takes.
Okay. So no date, but soon. Ish.
Yep, basically,
like
every week it'll
event.
be rolling.
Yeah. And you've been super consistent with that as well, so it's awesome. All right, thank you very much for your time, Ian. I hope we can do it again sometime.
Absolutely. Likewise. It's been a pleasure chatting.
Look forward to the raid testing as well, so have a great day.
Likewise. Take care. Have a good night.
Bye-bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I've heard that enough. So, when Preach said no date, no, when they say there isn't a date, there won't be a date, but they do say fall this year. So obviously, it will be at some time, like at some short time after September 23rd, because that's when fall in the year begins. So basically, most likely October to November. I'm pretty sure any of those months is when they will do it, because Blizzard is not gonna release the expansion during Christmas time. They know that will piss off a lot of people if they do that. So it will be October or November. I am 100% certain of it. Like they're gonna do it like a VOD release when it comes to the time. I'm pretty sure. And then probably pre-patch at the end of September or October. Like, for example, if end of September, then the expansion itself will release at the end of October, obviously. If, like in October, pre-patch, then, actual expansion will release in November. So, like, it's gonna be almost identical to a VOD release they did with VOD. I 100% is certain of it. It will be in October or November, and it's just a matter of like a few weeks from now that they will announce it. Like the actual date. Like 1 month after beta has been out, that will be August 9, because that's when like it began, the beta itself. This month, like July 9th. Any day after that, they will announce the release date. I'm 100% certain. I will be going to hand in these tokens, and then after that, I will be killing the first boss in HFC on normal, and then from there I will take me an eating break, and like a break for a while. I'm not gonna say how long that will be, but it will be for a while. I'll still be streaming, guys. I'll just be on a break, so I will basically be doing fuck all for ages in that break, but yeah. I'll still also be in the queue for helping. And when I go on the break, if I'm not helping a player already with you, Dev, by that point, then if there's suddenly comes a situation where I'm on my break, and the player, there does actually queue a player, or if not queue, then whisper me that wants help, and I can actually do that help, and I know you can also help me with it. You are after all in the group here to support me and what I do. Then I will be setting eating aside at the time, unless I have to get something out of my oven, which I will have to do. It is, but I will take that time aside after getting the things out of the oven, and then probably having to recook it in the oven in itself. But only if that happens. Like, I will take that time aside to help the player with you, mate. But only if that happens.
I can hear the souls of the dead.
Caps, mate.
Tradition binds my people. We must preserve the sanctity of the fallen.
I thanks for that, like, reassuring kindness, reassurance there from you, mate. That's awesome. Thank you very much, mate. That was awesome to read. Oh shit, actually, wait a second, let's see what items for my transmogger I've gotten. The blue one, after I went in there and those difficulties. Okay, so... Just going to hide this again for a little bit of minutes. I'm just gonna do something quick. So Margok, he didn't drop the shoulders. That is these. So I don't have the shoulders. I do have the chest piece. No, this isn't the correct chest piece. So I'm missing the chest piece, I'm missing the shoulders. I got the gloves, however, so I'm not missing them anymore. A belt that is from Bastion of Twilight. I don't have that either. So I got the gloves, and I don't have the helm. I don't have the shoulders. I don't have the chest. I don't have the legs either. Nor the boots. So the only thing basically I have is the weapon, enchant, and gloves. So yeah, this I mean, not mandatory, but it will also take a very long time to get again. I want to get the red set of that one. Red set. I'm pretty sure I think I know which one you meant. Let me find it. No, hang on a second. Red set. Oh, the Firelands one. That is... Ah, you mean this one. Yeah, I can understand that, mate. That set is also pretty damn badass in itself. That set, it's only plate gear, dude, and you're a demon hunter. You won't be able to use this set even if you want it because of your class. Yeah, you can only wear that if you got a warrior DK, of course, and also paladin. Do you have plate classes besides your demon hunter? In that case, of course, then you can get it made. Like no problem. Okay, well in that case, yes, of course you can get it. I just thought like you only had demon hunter. That's why I assumed fast then that like you won't be able to get that at all. Well, I can only wish you good luck with getting that, dude. It took me some weeks to get like, let me see which tire sets I have already gotten full of. This set right here, that is fully completed. It even says it is in the progress bar. It took me a while, for example, to get the normal Siege of Orgrimmar Paladin raid tire made. But like that should be, you know, like an indication of, unless you get way more miracle luck with like loot drops, if you decide to grind for that, 2 of the sets. Nice, dude. Nice. That's awesome. Decide to grind for that, like additional one itself. Unless you have more loot luck with, you know, the pieces that you want for that transmog raid tire set itself drops for you in less runs rather than a lot more runs. Then it will probably take you quite some weeks to get it made. But that's of course from my experiences, I'm indicating that, but yeah. Excuse me.
Let us speak. The strong.
What? Pro death. Did you disconnect or something? Did you have a disconnection in game? Just saw you went offline for like 10 seconds. Yeah, I assume so. Thanks for confirming my assumption. Man, that sucks, dude. Sadly, unfortunately, I have also been experiencing that recently. It seems like the recent hotfix patches like Blizzard have brought out for this patch itself since it went live in January this year. Like I've started getting like dumb disconnections out of nothing or freezes suddenly where I had to restart the game multiple times, which I never had before then. And this has happened, I feel like, for me with the recent like hotfix patches Blizzard have brought out. It's bloody annoying, dude. So I can completely get behind why that was stupid it happened to you. It should never happen. It's like, it reminds me once again that sometimes when it comes to the optimization of patches, it's like random. One patch they get right, another patch they don't. It's so bloody damn dumb. Okay, here we go. Maybe this guy actually I can help and has a good, request. I already have a theory because of his level if he's gonna reply to my whisper what he wants help with. And this is based on other people at like his level also that give to me from Finder. For my helping group when I do this in custom. Yeah, he confirmed it. He wants to get leveled up to 120. I can't do like 9 levels, however, I don't even like promise that. But I will definitely tell him I can do that, but I'm not gonna promise how much levels he will get. So, there you go, Deathmate. Helps actually is gonna happen. I told you. Determination, man. Determination. We're about to help this player. So there you go, mate. Yeah, maybe heroic spam dungeon. Haha, good sarcasm there, dude. I'm just waiting for him to join the group. Well, we will boost him, Deathmate, in a dungeon that you probably don't expect me to say, but that's because that other dungeon you would expect me to say instead I'm gonna say in a little bit. I don't wanna do because of some of the things with the mobs in that dungeon just constantly has like CC slow like shit in general. And that shit gets tiresome when it comes to, like, being the kind of bookster I am. That wants steadiness and just, like, pull as much hits as possible. Don't have to worry about getting, like, constantly CC'd for 8 years. That makes my boosting slower. So we're gonna go for, you know, Temple or Syphilis, dude. We're gonna go Temple or Syphilis on normal. You don't have too much like slow like shit in that dungeon compared to Freehold. You would probably expect I would say Freehold, mate, but no, we're actually not gonna go there. Freehold is bad for boosting emo. Yeah, okay, mate, no problem. All good.
Hey there. Be careful.
We should be able to summon Utgat when we're both at a dungeon, provided I don't have, like, you know, hordes killing me, of course. See, this is exactly something, Riley, like a friend of, I'm not gonna say who, but I know who it is, would say. You're just saying that because you haven't done, like, actual boosting yourself frequently in that dungeon. Like, this is exactly the side of comment that for me implies you're looking to stir up something in my stream. Don't go there. Otherwise I will start to give you like warnings that will indicate I don't want you to go there. So don't go there. Do not go there. You get one more like heads up. If you do it one more time, I'm gonna have to start doing those timeouts to you. Like I don't want this behavior. I know what behavior you're showing. I don't want it. So this is the final heads up I give you. Don't be predictable. Don't be that predictable. Anyway, as I was saying to you, Deathmate, like, it depends what the situation is outside the dungeon itself. Okay? I guess you have to be teaching. I told you, final heads up, and you blew it. Congratulations, you're now getting a timeout. Yeah, I'm not landing it. I'm not landing it. Until at least the death is here. Good, Deathmate. I won't land until there is literally 0 of those like opposite faction like players there. If they show like indication of this player is clearly like waiting for something. If he's waiting for something, it might be a bad idea landing. So like this paladin down there is showing those signs to me at the moment. So until you're here, I'm not gonna land. Oh duh! I was right! He was waiting for his warrior friend. Don't attack them yet when you are here. Going to get wrecked. I will say this, mate. I'm going to land when you are here, but don't attack any horde if they are attacked. Unless they attack me or you. Then you can attack. But if they don't attack. Yeah, I know. Keep an eye on them. As long as no one attacks us, we're not attacking them. Right now. Okay, we can go in, dude. Let's go in before too many hordes show up and get the taste for blood. Yeah, I have said it's normal. Perfect. I know you want taste for blood if you get a chance for it, mate, but... Okay. Okay, Dev, I think we should do the following. You take first batch of mobs and I will take the next one. Like, he needs everything in here because everything gives XP when it comes to hostiles. So we just gather shit for him, dude. You take one batch side and I take a different side. Hell, if you want, you can even take the bosses with trash. Let's see if I can gather these mobs over to you so we can, like, kill them all in, like, one swoop. They don't want to be friendly and cooperating getting to us, so I guess this has to be done the single target way, sadly. Can't mass AoE these dumb mobs right now. This is annoying. That makes this go slower for you and me for the paladin, mate. We need to do like a really massive pull where we combine tons of trash groups together. Then he will get a shit ton of XP, the paladin.
It's too far away. I need a target.
Sorry. Don't hit things. Don't hit things, Dev, mate. Just walk into them. Just don't use that dash in that case, mate, forehead. Yeah, perfect amount. That's exactly what I mean, dude. Come up here again. Now we got enough.
It's not ready.
Watch and see. Dang, that didn't work. because I was in the dustbin. But yeah, like exactly that kind of way, Def, mate. That's the kind of way we have to do it in here. As much trash groups piled together as possible, avoid dying, both of us, and then just mass AoE the hell out of them. Every single mob. Think, okay, I will. Every single mob in here needs to die. That's kind of weird, you shouldn't do that. I will also take like a lot of damage, but you shouldn't take a lot of damage either. But like, see amount this trace I've just gathered? That's what I mean. Just AoE all of those down. Yeah, the queen mate I am. Thanks for still watching the stream, dude. I love your dedication so far to it. I appreciate it a ton. It's awesome. No, actually, no, I'm not boosting a friend. I'm boosting a player from Group Finder that came up and like queued to my group suddenly with a Def. So me and Def are boosting that player now, which is the paladin here. He's probably a returning player or noob because he said he hasn't done this dungeon before. And usually players that say that are eye for player type to the game. My guess is complete noob. Yeah, if you want, you can join me and Dev boosting him. If you're into that, like, kind of helping too for me. I'm only saying that, of course, to like people that wants to help me. They're like, this is an opportunity also for you if you want. But only those that want to help me. No one else. Unless they insist on doing that. For this kind of stuff. Again, I don't have time. That's kind of weird, dude. You don't have time, but you're able to stay up usually mad late in the midnight. Let me check on Battle and what you're doing currently. You're just standing in Realist, dude. Then why don't you have time?
It's too far away. I need it.
Ah, as in plans IRL, correct? Oh, okay, I got it. Not plans IRL. M plus, stuff relying on mates. Okay, in that case, I understand.
I need a target.
Okay, no problem, dude. I completely understand that. Shame, but understandable.
It's still recharging.
Don't really park that high key. Good, you shouldn't. That would be an absolute clusterfuck of a nightmare in Pork Live. Like that would simply not be worth it at all. Not at all. You think the next room give... Yes it do, Steph, mate. Just watch when you and me have gathered a fuck ton of these, what is these mobs called? Faithless conscripts. and all of us like kill them in seconds. Watch how like no, I can't say that, but like I know 100% certain that like it will give the paladin a fuck ton of XP. How much, of course, I don't know because I'm not that player. I can't see his experience he will gain, but I know for certain that he will gain a fuck ton from this. Just watch. However, in this room, made all these conscripts until you basically opened. I mean, no, not until. In this room, these conscripts constantly respawn even if you killed them. Like they have an infinite like stay up time here. They don't disappear forever if you kill them. Like, see him already respawning. Okay, I'll take care of this. Kill any orb guardians you see there before they get to me, if possible. No, we don't. That's only when we get in here the first time. After that, we just get down to the last like mobs and the last boss. However, you have to protect my ass from orb guardians. One can spawn any minute now on me. Oh! Trace got me. Oh, there we go. There's one. Unfortunately, I have to grab these again. But like, now you have to kill them. Again. Cause they, I mean, I didn't get a chance to bring up the orb here. Wait, what did he say? Like, okay, you're new to... Mate, let's talk English, okay? I have English speaking people in the stream at the moment, so let's talk English. We can take native, like, in PMs in the game, if I meet you in game. Awesome. Okay, so you're new to the YouTube stream of mine here, mate, so I have to, like, remind you of this, since you just got, like, you know, shown that. You can't type in caps, mate, because I have Nightboard on for valid reasons. If you do that, you get instant timed out because I have Nightboard on. Okay, so you're like one of my old-time viewers that have come from Twitch and is wondering why I'm not streaming on there. I will tell you why. Before like I answer that offer question that you just said. It seems that it's because suddenly Twitch just permabanned me, and I have a theory for like not why I was permabanned, but who caused it. It's all those people over time, you know, the trolls, the usual trolls, mob mentality trolls, like that reported my channel so many times over time, itself, that eventually over time, after so many like reports on my channel, they sadly finally seem to have gotten me down. Yeah, thank you for telling me. Yes, always correct. Yeah, thank you for reminding me, dude. Okay, let's not let me type right now. Oh no, never mind. He's not watching the stream. Oh, so you are lurking in that case, I think. I can't remember, that was some weeks ago, but yeah, that was awesome. Awesome to hear. Bad game you're playing, however. Right, so basically, like... Gonna start this encounter first.
But the temple's defenses have awakened.
Basically, like, over time, their reports, it seems that they finally got me down for good. And Twitch then suddenly, it seems so far, because I haven't been able to like log on my account, and my account doesn't even exist on Twitch for like over a month now, I think soon. It seems they just permabanned me. It seems, because like I just said, itself. I don't know if I'm permabanned, but I feel it that way, because of, again, as said, itself. And that is the reason for like why I haven't streamed on there and can't stream on there. So I move it back to YouTube itself. I did try a little bit an unknown platform that is called Trovo also, but that platform, it didn't work as of right now, because it's too small and it doesn't have, you know, it doesn't have enough exposure of the biggest streamer on like its competitor it wants to go after, which is Twitch itself. Itself. But like due to this, that's why I went back to YouTube, where I see I clearly are like, I have an actual like you know, commitment for some people over time. They are mainly from Group Finder in terms of like those that like come back often and often. So just like so far, even though he's new to the stream still, pretty still damn new to the stream. The Queen, like people like him, I see that like I actually have people like him staying in the stream. Whereas when I was on Turbo, even when I went from Group Finder, like fuck all stayed in the stream, even when I were there. Like a few people, sure, but other than that, for like hours, not really. No. Issues on the lab. Yeah, regarding that, that's because I faction changed it back to Alliance and re-unchanged it. Because I basically realized it, what I was told by like someone. And that is, the only reason that those people that cling to be fans of me wanted me to go on Horde in their realm is because they were trolls. And trolls, if you give them what they want, as well as some fans what they want, it will backfire. That's what I learned. And I shouldn't have given those supposed to claim it fans of mine what they wanted. That's why suddenly my streams were a lot more hectic, and like there were so much more things over like several weeks that in terms of consistency and like, you know, content such as Mythic Plus they wanted, that happened itself. It was because those kinds of internet types of people seek those moments. They crave those moments from a streamer. And they will give anything to get those moments from the streamer, even manipulate him. And that's what I realized, basically. So that's why I went back to Alliance side again, because I realized that, where the fuck is the TSP? There it is. So I'm back to Alliance now, and that is the reason. No, I saw the YouTube vid. I don't know what you mean by that. Wait, what? But yeah, I faction changed it. That's why you can find me on my friends list. Faction changed it and realm changed it. I was in consideration of doing that tons of weeks after. No problem, dude. Anytime. I'm happy to catch you up on like my status in the past like tons of past weeks. Thank you for checking out the stream too, mate. It's good to see you again, Base. Good to see returning people from Twitch coming back. That isn't the bad trolls. Wait, how did... Oh, you got killed by Horde outside. Yeah, Dev, you probably shouldn't have gone out alone, mate. We should have gone out together for this dungeon. When we have war mode on. And the situation was as it was I saw. Almost killed one, so I'm happy. Well, that's good, but like, you're gonna have to be a scout for me at the moment in that case, Tiff. What is the situation outside the dungeon at the moment? Yeah, tell me, mate. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? Isn't there something where I can just talk to the NPC there and report it back? Okay. You did attack a paladin before we went in because of, you know, ness of yours, just for the sake of it. Was it that paladin that killed you, or was it a different horde player? I mean, different horde class. Okay, so which horde class killed you then? 3 to 5. Wow, what the fuck? That's kinda crazy, dude.
We have dominion over all.
I need a target.
Well, I'm gonna reset immediately. blueberry. Bleeding. I didn't see that like players Briam. But that was probably the people you got attacked by, I assume. I'll hold you to that, dude. I'll hold you to that. Okay, we need to summon immediately. Thank God. Jesus Christ. That was too hectic. Okay, Dev, same as before. You take a bunch of trash, I take a bunch of trash. And then we combine it and then able to eat the fuck out of them. Try and pop some cooldowns if you're like getting to like half your HP in total, if you can. Like line of sighting works, for example. Yeah, you can't do that, man. I'm gonna have to do it like... I will have to do one side at a time in that case. Because even I take a lot of damage from these mobs in here. Which I shouldn't, but whatever. Probably because of the scaling. I mean, all stuff in BFA, including dungeons, do scale with your level. That might have something to do with it, I guess. I will go ahead, Dev mate. You stay behind me, and I'll gather the trash. Don't hit anything until I hit shit. Please. Thank you, mate. You're a good listener, Dev. I'm glad for that. Protect us both. I mean, he will need more protection than me, obviously, but yeah. Now I need to line of sight all of this shit, which I will do here.
It's not ready.
You know what? I've had enough of like getting so much damage. I'm just gonna go main spec for this. That way I will take fuck all damage from like those amount of groups.
I need more mana.
Right. This is actually now a time where I can pull like as much as I could when I tried freehold for some time in itself for groups and freehold or normal for leveling boost in itself. Like this is actually that time right now. So I will counter that by going main spec. Shit. I don't blame you at all for that. They've made. You're not a leveling booster and like a very helpful player like me after all when it comes to leveling off us through this like method itself. So of course, I never expected you would know that. So hey, anytime, mate. I'm happy to learn you some new like methods of mine.
Beware.
Okay, that's good. Just don't know like prison current leveling when it comes to the dungeon leveling way for PFA. I mean, in general. What is bannable? The old school one? Yeah, of course it's bannable. I know that. Okay, let me get those agitated nimbuses down here. And then after that you can come with me down here, mate. And we're gonna hit the hell out of them. Like, you will have to basically be the mass AoE in that case, Deb, because I barely do any AoE damage at all in main spec. My main spec, I don't build for, that kind of stuff. I build it for mainly single targeting. Anyway.
I don't have a target.
I also chose this dungeon because You know, when it comes to the conscripts, like Zefrak ones in the room beyond the bridge over there itself, that room has more trash mobs than a lot of other PFA dungeons combined. Like just that single room. That is another reason for why I chose this dungeon for boosting the paladin with your assistant mate. And that's something I remember like a lot more when I do the boosting via this dungeon. It comes to mind very, very often in that case. Okay, so now I'm gonna try this.
The eyes of Sephiroth have been removed.
Make sure you don't get aggro on this dude. I will get for a... Okay, never mind, too late. Okay, we combine, mate, like we did before. I got you. This is, including that group behind you. This should do it. Okay, you can AoE the hell out of them, mate. That's how you do it. That's the kind of like boosting I mean with AoEing the hell out of them. Good freaking, show of AoEing right there, Dev, mate. That's exactly how you do it. Welcome to the easy boosting method when it comes to leveling people. That is, returning players or complete noobs to the game, or veterans, like the 110 to 120 wave now, Dev. You're officially part of like that boosting method now of mine. And it's awesome. I welcome any additional assistance when it comes to boosting in general, to be honest. As long as it doesn't become like, a full like group with free additional offer 400, 120s besides myself boosting a level, let's say 112 player to the levels that we can get them. When it comes to speeding up things, this also significantly even more speeds up things, and I'm all from efficiency and speeding up things when it comes to leveling boosting offers through dungeons. So I also want to say thank you a lot for increasing that for me even further. That is amazing. Definitely something I need. Very, very often. when it comes to this kind of like leveling stuff.
I'm out of range.
The storm has broken, and I am myself again. Thank you.
Okay. Damn it, dude, I was typing. Now you forced me to act, mate.
Order must be restored.
You clicked the... Oh! Well, why can't we have that situation, besides having a situation like we had before with Horde, at the same time? That way, we don't have to be freaked out about going out. Okay, anyway... I was chilling outside the storm before. I mean, yeah, I just saw what like the situation was outside. That was, I would say 100% it's certain mainly why, dude. But once we actually have some luck with, you go outside a dungeon, it isn't just like 10 hordes when you're in war mode and not a single like equal amount of alliances. Like if it could be both amount of like, you know, situations at the same time, then we wouldn't freak out about going out when it comes to this sort of stuff. So thank you for, I want to say thank you for us having suddenly luck too. I had to type that because he's not watching the stream, unlike you, Dev. So instead of like both saying it and then typing it, I might as well just type it. So now you also know. But I will still say it for anyone else that isn't, you know, both playing with me right now and in the stream. After this boost here on, guys, I will be taking my break. And I will not say how long it's gonna last. I will just say a while, but I cannot say how long exactly. I will be eating my dinner in that break and other stuff in between it. But while I do that, we all three stay inside the dungeon. Like, we are not going out. We're not going out. Not when we have war mode on. No chance in hell with this situation outside. That's just asking for any of us to die, and I come back to me being a corpse.
I need a target. I don't have a target.
But it ain't yet. It's first after like this boost run here. So this boost run needs to be done first, and then after that I do it. My break. Damn, he just got wrecked.
What will become of the Empire?
Okay, gathering time again. Okay, have to line of sight this again, of course. That should do it. Go ham, they've made on them. Go ham. Man, I hate those snakes dots. If you AoE when they do that and they... Yeah, I saw 'em. I should have wrecked it faster. Then that AoE turns into a complete waste. Yeah, I know. You can't hit anything when they are in that dust. I mean, if I don't move out of that dust with the mobs. Yeah, sorry, I should have wrecked it faster. That was my bad, bro. Thanks for acknowledging that. And I guess that's probably the only mobs in this dungeon I don't like. The snake ones that causes those dust. Where if you are in the dust and mobs are in that dust, you can't hit anything. Not a single thing. And that is annoying. Shouldn't be any dust here, hopefully. Awesome sauce. This is a lot more manageable for me now without having to worry about me close to dying at the same time while doing it. A lot more manageable. So much more manageable in fact. Thanks for understanding my point, mate. I just wanted to elaborate a bit more and like give you know, a pretend situation, which would happen if 100% will happen if you heal button. Yep. Okie dokie, let's get these. Just as last time, waiting for the agitated Nimbus idiot mob up there to get down here. And then the DPS is all on you, mate. Awesome sauce. See, maybe I also do dislike these mobs when it comes to boosting and leveling in here. These mobs do not move regardless if you line of sight them or anything dev. And that makes them annoying as hell if you want to gather all of them for boosting. It's like they are immobile. Or well, not immobile, but like they have no feet. Or well, no, not feet. They have no legs, sorry. They have no legs and can't move at all because of that.
It's not ready.
Easy peasy. Oh shit, an Orc Guardian. Another one. Wait, get the fuck up, dude. Stop being like sleeping there. I need to kill your ass fast. This isn't like Orpion situation where you can be as sleepy and lazy as you want. You need to die faster than lightning for me. Can't be like sleepiness lazy. Oh shit, where's the orb? Oh, never mind, you already took care of it. Nice one, Dave, mate.
I have a knack for making people disappear.
shattered, but the temples.
I like that, like, smiley emoji just come up with their death, like, as in, surprised.
And I will disable them.
For the sake of, like, sarcasm. That was bloody brilliant, mate. Okay, where's the dumb... Oh, there it is.
Beware.
I don't have a target. Nothing will stand in my way.
Beware.
I hold dominion over all.
I need a target.
The storm has broken, and I am myself again. Thank you. I am weakened, but I am here.
Okay. I'm not your mom. Call me dad instead in that case, Dev. Let me see if Woodhead wants these shoulders. Let me see if I can find them. Oh yeah, there they are. Yep. I will do a DPM countdown, Dev, which will have an approximately ETA estimated time of how long the break will be. That said, it will not be most likely done by that time at all, but it is an ETA. So it's like a maybe it will be done by that time, but don't expect it. If it goes over that time, well, I did like give you, you know, the basically like the straight to the point, clear point about it would most likely go over that time. But you have like a maybe situation idea regardless. But I'm gonna do it now. That's not the right one. I guess I will have to do it this way then. 60 minutes. What about that? Fuck.
5, 4, 3.
No, what the fuck, man? Okay, what about 55? Okay, what about 60 then? TPM break 60. Yeah, there we go. Good. Fix it. So what did you say? I wanna go do this world while we wait. It's too risky, Dev, because okay, never mind. You already are going. It's just too risky, man. Because if you do that, then I have to go out and look out for you most likely and hope you don't get killed by Horde, and then you get killed by Horde, and we have the situation we don't want. So I'm sorry, dude, but you can't do it right now. Blame the Horde, man. Did he say something with break? That could be something you could do while I'm on the break. But anyway, for real now, I'm gonna like go out of the bathroom and then make my dinner. Be right back. Clean on the bathroom now. Now to make my dinner. When I eat, guys, by the way, I will be muting myself, but I will talk in between eating when I get to that point. Just not when I eat. If I do that, then it's because I forgot. And my memory do suck in general, sadly. For a lot of stuff. And now my dinner is cooking. Just waiting for it to be finished. It will be done in a couple of minutes. And then it has to cool off after that. I need to drink my milk. So just got my milk. They can only hold until let me see, it's Saturday today. They can only hold till Monday, so 2 more days. I've got to prioritize drinking them as much as possible. They're cold as ice cold. Lovely. The best kind of like milk served coldness. Where did you? Oh, you are outside the dungeon. Well, okay, in that case you risk it. Dev, what's the situation outside, mate? Now, is there still a bunch of horde outside again? Or is it better? With like more alliance as well. Okay, I guess I will risk it then too.
Order must be restored.
But I will be forced to act fast. I'm pretty sure. Good to hear, by the way, Dev. Good to hear. There's like 4 hordes now. No, not 4. I'm the paladin. No, now there is 4. There's like 4 hordes down there. he's a returning player in that case, 100% that's God, because he has BFA flying. That is awesome. Thank God, man. It's awesome for once to actually see that a player with your help in this case for the first time, Def, I'm helping, also have BFA flying. So you don't have to, for my sake that is, I don't have to escort him like half a way around the continent in itself on ground. Because he actually also have flying himself. Man, wish so many more returning players could have the same thing. That means he grinded out both Pathfinders, the major achievement, when they were probably, I don't know, some months ago, start of expansion. Regardless, that's great, really great. It's what I like to see when it comes to transporting orders. This milk is going in the trash can. see if it's eatable now, my dinner. Muting myself because I'm gonna eat. Oh my gosh. What's oh my gosh, Dev, mate? Your two-seater make me fly everywhere. Yeah, but I didn't say two-seater flying, mate. I said ground mount. I don't have the flying two-seater, so you have nothing to panic about. I understand that assumption, mate, but you heard wrong. You read wrong. That is an epic fail! Right there, you did. There, Dave, mate. Oh, what a fucking blocky bastard hole player, Demon Hunter. Look at that show off down there, Dave, mate. She, of course, has the long boy one. What a fucking lucky prick. I'm jelly. I'm very jelly of that guy, not gonna lie. Want me to show you mine? Nah, Dave, mate. Please don't. I've seen them so many times in the game already that I don't want to see another one, honestly. Again, the more I see it, the more like, fuck, man. If only I had a miracle and someone could give me those 500, I mean not 500, sorry. 5 million gold. If only I had miracles and someone would be that absolutely insanely generous on my server. It will never happen, of course, but yeah. I only have pictures. What the fuck does that have to do with anything, mate? What the hell? Oh, I thought you meant you had it on your Demon Hunter. You could show it off immediately when you said I can show now. Unable to whisper battle. Oh my god, man. So the helping for this time, by the way, since it got done now and it took this many hours, is it's gonna be done for this time with you helping me, Dev. That said, I'm not done with the stream, however, cause now for the rest of the stream, for some more hours, or until like I will not say more hours. I would say until I start passing out, i.e. I start getting tired and the sleepiness is really starting to kick in. And my energy is like going down the toilet itself and I need to sleep. Until I get to that point, for the rest of the stream, it will stand on. It's my goal. Oh, so you actually don't have the mount. Man, dude, you got me there then, you freaking bastard, man. I thought you had the mount where you said if I want to see it. Not just a bunch of pictures. But like, you and me, dude, we would be doing Mythic Plus once I have had my break here finished. For my keystones. Only my keystones. And while at the same time, you can do whatever you wanted to do in the game. Like, for example, like, I think you were supposed to do HFC Mythic, correct? While I do my ground grinding and I'm queued in the group finder for Mythic Plus of mine with you, you can do whatever grind you want to do in the game, mate. Be it HFC or whatever. But we will do Mythic Plus very soon. And see how that goes. Just be prepared, dude. My keystone is pretty brutal, even if it's a plus 10. The dungeon I have is just like cancer, even on a plus 10. Which is this. What? How? Why, dude? Then you can't help me anymore for the rest of the stream. Oh, right. The debuff, it's total beat. Oh, you mean bursting? Yeah, I understand that, bro, but still, like, come on, bro. Come on. You wanted to help me out. This is enough opportunity where you can help me. Again, I don't want to be pushy. I understand if you don't want to go through SFX completely. But I'm just talking here for, you know, your supportness, which I know you show of me. Yo, looks like this Rook is trying actually to be a tryhard. Because he was targeting me and it looked like he's trying to do something to me. I'm gonna keep my eye on that Rook at the moment. Why would that paladin do that in like situation where there's like 5 hordes against him? Like regardless of their allegiance, they will fuck him up. Why? Oh my god! Only a fucking tryhard alliance would go do that. That guy is obviously a tryhard. Like if that was me, I would run the fuck out in the dungeon right away. If I was that paladin right there, I wouldn't even fight back. Or just run the fuck in. I would bubble myself and then run in. Like just run like hell. Oh, hi the Queen Mate again. Welcome to the very soon to be hopefully not cancerous. I say hopefully. I'm not expecting anything, but hopefully not cancerous, too cancerous performance of like Pocky's Mythic Plus experience, if we get any Pockies at all. I will not go for an item level this time, so that will increase the chances of like people will queue faster, especially even if I don't have a tank. That said, no Pockies will not be invited if they ain't a tank. You already know this. The only exceptions are mates like you or Def if he wants to be around for this. Which I really hope he does, even if he doesn't want to deal with that bursting effects, which I do understand. I hate that effects too. I hate any affixes that is like bursting. Anything that is identical to bursting. When it comes to, oh, you can't go crazy with AoE, so fuck you. You might as well like just pretend that you're basically doing a raid boss for every single mob clearing. Like just pretend you're doing a raid boss for every single mob clearing. Forehead. That's essentially what those fixes just makes you do. Yep, drop off. What do you mean with drop off? Death mate. Oh. I don't know about that, dude. If that happens, usually a swarm of people will come on the opposite faction. Dude, a warrior and a demon hunter, I'm not engaging that. We shouldn't engage that, dude. Let's just leave them. Fuck them. Who cares, man? It will spawn again some offer time in the week. Like, yeah, sure, Hulk got lucky, good for them. But it's not like this thing doesn't spawn more than like once in a week, right? It spawns multiple times in a week. So, don't worry, mate. You'll get your chance too to get it. Easy fight. Paladin and Demon Hunter versus Demon Hunter and a Warrior. I don't know about that, man. Demon Hunters fighting against those is usually cancer. Depending on how good the player is that plays the Demon Hunter. Lol, how do you know that then, mate? I should probably go back to damage. I just reminded myself of. I think I'll eat me some apples and we'll see if I have to do anything stuff after that. And then once I've done that, the break will be over and we will do Mythic Plus, guys. I will queue us up. Any warrior on the does not do a lot of damage versus me, I don't know why. Because you're a demon hunter, mate. Your class is OP as fuck, forehead. Demon hunter against the warrior. It's like warrior will go up against a class that is way more overpowered, and his class is not even overpowered in general. But the class he goes up against when he's a demon hunter is. So forehead. I forgot to mention this. By the way, the Queen and Dev guys, thank you very much for actually, being interactive as soon as I started the stream. I have been it for throughout the entire stream now, both of you. You guys are absolutely awesome. And an example of how viewers, when it comes to loyalty in their actions, should be to me. Keep it up. A lot of my past viewers from my streaming career in the past have a lot of notes they need to take from you guys so far. So keep it up. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. You're doing awesome with it, to me. And I'm also very grateful for that, because that views, then I don't have to have that huge wall of text with I don't check my chat at all because of recent then I don't need to have it on there anymore. As long as you guys are consistently interactive in the chat to me. Stream chat. Itself, I mean. Then I can actually enjoy having the also shadow overlay, in-game shadow overlay I use for Streamlabs OBS up for a longer time rather than a short time and not more up at all. I can actually have it up and know that there will be interaction and I can respond to it. And I don't have to worry about no interaction for hours. So yeah, thanks for being amazing, guys, both of you. eating my apples now, and then after that we'll see if I have to do anything after. If I don't, then I'll queue us up after that, guys. Provided I don't have to do anything after I've eaten my apples here. Halfway through eating the first apple. The time will go over, guys. The DBM break time, like I said, could happen. Could happen. But only a little bit. Hopefully not too much. Oh my god, what is it? What is it seriously with this, like, hotfix patch? It's like, not every single time, but sometimes when I'm taking a screenshot, the game fucking crashes, guys. Now it just did it again. This has happened to me multiple times with this, like, recent hotfix patches. I literally have to, like, quit the game now and open it again. Oh, why, dude? Oh, man. These things pisses me off so damn much. I gotta go in and out of the game, guys. It crashed. Stupid beta for Azeroth. Beta for Azeroth, beta for Azeroth, beta for Azeroth, beta for Azeroth.
You are not prepared. I see you.
This is probably going to be my death. But I guess I will risk it.
Beware. Good work. We now have one less threat to worry about.
Okay, I got lucky. It didn't. Yay, artifact power. Ooh, so awesome. The only reason I went for that one is because I know it drops a mount. And a lot of people have that mount. That's the only reason I went for it. And it was like, you know what, fuck it. Let's go for it. I was expecting, honestly, those Hawk would kill me, but luckily they didn't. shit, guys, I forgot to say, by the way, the Queen and Death mates. Bring consumables for this keystone and dungeon, because on the first boss we will need those like extra, you know, extra deeps. We will need them. Like that is basically mandatory for a keystone like this. So, like you will have to bring them. We will need them. So bring them if you can. Oh, how awesomely convenient. That's freaking fantastic that Queen made. Then you got it all sorted. You already have like a cover. Good, man, good. It's just Death then that needs to bring it. That's awesome to hear, man. Thank you a lot for covering all of that like stuff. I'm not done fully with eating the last apple, guys, but I will start queuing us now, regardless. Although I assume you already know this, since I am 100% certain I don't need to like directly tell this to Death, I will just do like a, sorry I didn't hear. Okay Death, no problem, I'll repeat it. Bring consumables, Death, for this keystone and this dungeon. We will need them, especially for the first boss. That boss is a DPS race and a DPS check, and we will need it. So, like, I will have to say, and be strict, sorry mate, you will have to bring those consumables. We will need those extra deeps for that first boss. So you gotta bring the consumables for this keystone and dungeon. If it wasn't such a big keystone, I wouldn't say it, but this is a +10, and we also have to deal with Awakened after all because of that. So you will have to deal with, you will have to bring them in. You gotta bring those consumables. That's what I was saying. As well as, overall, I 100% certain, Dev, you already know this, and I assume this, you don't need to be told directly. I'm still gonna, however, check with the Queen on this. The Queen made, remind them, you do remember and take very seriously that you cannot AoE like mobs when they are near death because of bursting, right? Right, mate? Like, I'm just checking here with you. Good, good. Thank you for confirming, mate. Awesome. That's all I needed to say. Thank you, guys. But yeah, you will have to give those consumables, Dev, mate. You're gonna need them. We're all gonna need them for our DPS, like us 3 DPS. Yeah, exactly, man. Bursting is the cause of like mass wiping in PoC Live for Mythic Plus for me on a constant basis. I think that can be said for pretty much everyone, you know. I expect this run to be fun, guys. Very gloriously hilarious. I'm being sarcastic, by the way. Okay. Okay, the Queen mate, no problem. Thank you for telling me. I hope that you'll be in-game fast again. Okay, guys. That's it. My break is now officially done. So that took like, I think it was like 1 hour and 15-ish minutes, probably. Damn, healer, you should have queued alone and not with a friend. Then I could have taken you. I don't know about that. After your comments you said at the start of the stream, Riley. Oh, there we go. That's the perfect healer right there. I have no idea who that is, but thank you for the song. Okay, You just confirmed my fear, Riley. I never want to see you in my stream again. You just confirmed your friend with who I think it is. Bye, bro. We'll watch some other streamer from now on instead of myself. I don't wanna see you again in my streams because of what you just said. Thank you very much for the sub, whoever you are, XXX dash. Awesome, the Queen mate. You went back into the game fast. Just a side hope. Perfect. Okay, guys. Whoever of you gets to me fastest, okay, that will be the Queen in this case. Let's summon the Druid Healer first. If you get here before the Druid Healer, fast the Queen mate. And then after that, let's summon Death and then summon the tank as the last one. Yeah, thank you, dude, for this for the sub. I appreciate it. So for those that are new to this, when I do Mythic Plus, I don't check the chat for obvious reasons, for the sake of like being a good performing, for the most part, not 100%, but for the most part, player myself and team player. So once the run is just about to begin, I'll be turning off the chat overlay that I have on from Streamlabs, and will turn it on again and check in between, like, you know, situations where I can. But during like actual gameplay, it will be off. And so if anyone says anything in the chat there, stream chat, I can't reply to you right at that moment. You're gonna have to wait until like the situation such as I have to catch up to the group after a wipe, for example, it itself. Like those sorts of situations, just for as an example of many. Don't forget your consumables, mates. Like I said. Let's take the healer. No. The Queen mate, can you click, please? Thank you, mate. No problem, Dave. Thank you for the heads up. The bait click I fell for it, dang. Lol, dude. Let's see. Did we summon the healer? I'm pretty sure we did. It's just missing the tank now. Okay, guys, wish me luck. I'm gonna pop my consumables just before I go inside the dungeon. Wish me and Dev. He can't hear what I say because of the internet, so we can't both play and watch the stream anymore. But like, wish him and me and the Queen, which can, however, still be in the stream because his internet at the moment isn't awful, unlike Dev's. Wish us good luck. Well, because we're gonna need it. This dungeon is not a pushover for keystones, in my opinion. Easy pushover, I mean. Oh, so the healer is X that subbed to my stream since they said this? Okay, no problem, X. Thank you for telling me. Just make sure that, like, you react fast to, you know, healing us. Any of us, most likely the tank a lot of the time, but like just have reaction timing to healing that is on the ball, if you get what I mean. And then consumables is not mandatory in that case if you have that. Okay. I'm gonna activate the key, guys, now. Don't worry, it's wait, what? It's just I'll stand in pool of death on first boss. That was obviously like a joke you came up with there. Nice one, dude. Yeah, sure, Kappa.
Beware. 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 Beware.
True story, Tank. True story. But we should not. Oh shit, I'm targeted. We should not, because these people that is the DPS in this group, shit. Okay, I said that too early. But I did say should. Note the should. That doesn't guarantee 100% is that we won't. But yeah.
Beware.
That was just. Yeah. That was just bad. That was just bad.
Beware.
But it shouldn't happen because, like I was trying to say, my DPS in the group, with the exception of Dev, is listening to me as all in the stream. So besides him, like Bloody Queen in the stream can hear me because he doesn't have awful internet unlike Dev right now. So Dev, he can't hear me and also play the game at the same time right now. So I'll have to type to him, but like, yeah. Fuck, I forgot to to eat my food buff.
I need to get closer. I need a target. I'm out of damage.
Once we're out of combat again, and if there's like a little bit like safe seconds before we engage combat again, I'm just gonna eat my food bot quick.
It's still recharging.
There we go.
This temple is under Gahul's power.
Yeah, I will try tank. I'll just pretend like all the non-bosses are basically single target mobs, and I can only single target them. And only do AoE when they are far away from near death. But near death, single target only.
Run away, little girl.
Oh my god, again, like fucking get out of here, dude. Stupid RNG with those minion of souls. So stupid. Don't choose me twice, Blizzard. Come on, bro.
I need to get closer. It's too far away. I need to get closer. I don't have a target.
Because of the bursting effect. This week. So far, so good. Prot time.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Well, shit.
Run away, little girl. Run away. Run away, little girl. Run away.
We did tank, we did. It's killed.
Run away, little girl. Run away. Run away, little girl. Run away.
Oh shit. Where? That's a lot of ads, god damn.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
It's too far away. I don't have a target. I need to get closer.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
I need a target.
Run away, little
Oh,
girl.
come on, man. So much for trying to get like multiple ads done without taking damage from the yellow shit on the ground.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
We had more than enough DPS. Good. I'm happy for that.
I can't use that item.
You can't stand against the Sandalari.
Good job, the queen mate. Good job.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Ugh. Really, Blizzard? Really? Of all people that has to be mind controlled the first time on this like part of the mini bosses here, it becomes me. That is the first time I've literally been mind controlled in forever on that like part of this mini boss. Sectional parts. Come on, Broom. Stupid, brah.
I need a target. I'm out of range.
Okay, X. I didn't like assume that like you were referring to that the tank's necrotic stuff. Yeah, my bad. Oh yeah, for sure. Necrotic is an absolute cancer for tanks in general. I've tanked it before. I can completely relate to it. Nice TD there.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
What's that? Didn't get a chance to read it before it expired.
Let your eyes be open.
I need to get closer. I'm out of range.
Damn. Oh, come on. Stop targeting me, Blizzard. Give me a break, man. You've over-targeted me so much in this dungeon, it's getting a little bit blown out of proportion now.
I need to get closer.
With your CC abilities from trash and
Far
whatnot.
away.
This. Why, man? Why me? So much. Boring, Blizzard. Boring.
Beware.
hate these trash mobs in this dungeon. Oh shit, sorry. That was not my intention. Didn't see that one fast enough. So far, so good still.
It's too far away.
Yeah, I did a thing. I was looking around on the coffins, on all of them. damn it, man. Not even a DI can, like, prevent that. Such nonsense. Blasphemy.
Run away, little girl. Run away, little girl. Run away, little girl.
I need to get closer.
This next part I absolutely despise in this dungeon.
Out of range. It's too far away. I'm out of range. I need a target.
Can't wait to kill this guy. Have to run away like crazy all the time till then.
It's too far away.
Yeah, this mob makes me very pessimistic in general.
Beware.
I just hate fighting it. Good Def is a demon hunter there, because otherwise he wouldn't have been able to prevent that extra damage out of the fall down.
Out of
Oh boy, I'm afraid this is a wipe because of that.
This fight requires skill, something you are lacking.
Beware.
Time to get the axe.
Beware.
To get the axe. Somebody is losing a head.
Beware.
To get the axe. Ha! I took a weight off your shoulders.
Beware.
To get the axe. Somebody is losing a head.
Beware.
To get the axe. I need to get closer.
Yeah, this is a wipe.
Beware.
To get the axe. Somebody is losing a head.
Beware.
To get the axe.
Beware.
To get the axe. Somebody is losing a head.
Of course you can, if you stand too close to the edge and you get the charge guy, then you're fucked.
Beware.
To get the axe. Somebody is losing a head.
Beware.
To get the axe. It's too far away. I caught it right. I don't have a target.
I thought everyone was gonna... Oh, right. Use it, mate. Good point he had there, the tank. very good. Rip report. Didn't react fast enough.
It's too far away.
I have no words for what just happened to Death there. I saw what happened, but I have no words for it.
Out of range.
No, fuck, that's not the correct one.
I need to get closer. I'm out of range. I need to get closer.
Come on. Timing couldn't be worse. On me there.
Beware.
Get the axe. Somebody is losing a head.
It's too far away.
Beware.
Get the axe.
I need to get closer.
Oh my god, fuck.
Beware.
Get the axe. Somebody is losing a head.
Beware.
Get the axe. Ha! I took a weight off your shoulders.
Too far away.
My head will make a fine trophy.
Thanks for the combat res, X, before you died. Okay, let me get food buff for last boss. Because I forgot to do it before, like that annoying one.
Out of range. It's too far away.
Silence, prophet of lies!
You don't do it, mate, because I have tried skipping that specific mob in here before. You have to kill him to open the gate. You can't get past him and the gate won't open. You must kill him, otherwise the gate will not open. Yeah, it's shitty, but such is that. Yeah, it is, mate. It is. I also wish that you could just skip it and the gate would still open, but nope. Blizzard made that like mob mandatory for this dungeon before getting to last boss. Sadly, even with skips.
Out of range. I need a target.
Zul will not rest until all the world is in the blood god's grip. For the sake of Zandalot, and for your kingdoms as well, you must stop him.
I hope that's an upgrade for the tank and you right there, the queen, mate. No problem. It's cool. I'm used to not timing my keys anyway. I was getting hopeful before like that bad lock happened for you X on the troll council boss fight. Until that happened, but yeah. Oh my god, that one is gonna suck. Yeah, bye to you as well, X. Thanks for your heals. Hey, thanks for having great reaction timing also on heals. You did great with that. No problem, Tank. Thanks for coming, I say too. That's good to hear. So here's the thing, the Queen made. I will do my next keystone as well. But depending on how that one goes, we may not finish it, we may not even get a tank. But if we do, then I hope we can finish that one. And then after that, I will go to bed. So I will do one more, but then after that I will go to bed. Okie dokie. Well, before I do that, I will have to sell some, I have to sell a little bit of things and bank some things. So I'm gonna do that, and then I also badly have to go on the, what's the word? The bathroom for like bathroom breakout. Wait, what the fuck?
Nelly deals for a friend of the Grummles, like you. Many farewells.
Hold on a second, I just gotta have to check something. Wow, item restoration. Okay, okay, already went online. No problem, the Queen Mate. Thanks for joining me for some small Mythic Plus like fun for the while it lasted. Shame we couldn't time my key when it looked like it, but like they say, better luck next time. I will do this again from tomorrow the whole day. However, I can say, no, not tomorrow, sorry. I don't say that. I say, next time, after this stream here ends, whenever that will be, then next time I will be doing this the whole day when I like get to that point. Oh right, I sold my fucking trinket. Well, that was stupid of me. Fuck, man. Damn. Oh shit, I just noticed, yeah. Shit, dude. And the page will not load, of course.
I'll need to equip that to use it.
iPad. Okay, good, it still works. I'm going to test something. Let's see, where's the blue? Sorry, I'm already starting to get tired, damn. Let's see, where's the blue item? Oh shit, wait, what? No, no, no. That is for the right spec.
Shall we talk business? Come, let us parley. Proudmoors will protect us, as they always have.
The fuck? Makes no difference at all. It makes no difference at all. I forgot to remove that text the entire time we were in there. Shit! This will take a little bit extra time, mate. I just gotta... Oh shit, he's not in the stream, damn it. I don't know what to expect for the fuck. Queuing again for Told the Gore in after my bathroom break. again.
hear the souls of the dead. Tradition binds my people. We must preserve the sanctity of the fallen. There is no turning back now. I would forfeit my own soul to protect my people. Never hesitate to do what is right.
Greetings.
You are welcome here. How can I help?
Ora teramus.
Our enemies will fall.
I answer to the light. I am the blade of the light. Light's blessing to you. The strong.
I don't recall a single time in my like last 6 years where even back in VOD itself, when that was like the most up-to-date expansion and relevant content, I ever saw that like rare mob there in my entire like time in that expansion. I never saw the rare. So that was like, it was the first. Not gonna lie, that was kind of the first.
march upon the foot of this mighty citadel. Be on guard.
Oh well. Please don't suck at English, Paladin in the queue. Please don't suck at English.
Reporting for duty.
Inspect our defenses now.
Ready to go. Attack!
Move out!
Please, please, let this Russia. Let whatever country this shaman is from, even through their character name stands in Russian words, probably Ukraine, I guess. Let this shaman for whatever country he's from, Ukraine or Kazakhstan, I guess. Let his English be decent. Please, let his English be decent, and let him has huge tolerance for fails. Huge. Please. Please, please, please. Give me that kind of like player from that kind of situation. Okay. Let's go, Div. Mate.
The overseer keeps an heirloom.
Hopefully no shitty situation will happen before you and I go to bed.
Stay low. They haven't spotted us yet. According to our intelligence, the keys that access the Azerite caches and the hostage wing are kept by the overseer around his neck.
3,
We'll secure the perimeter guards while you make your way to the sewer grate. It should still provide a way into the prison. They haven't spotted us yet. According to our intelligence, the keys that access the Azerite caches and the hostage wing are kept by the overseer around his neck. We'll secure the perimeter guards while you make your way to the sewer grate. It should still provide a way into the prison. I've got it ready. creature must be why the Overseer didn't have many patrols on this side of the island. Good job defeating it.
Oh, you had to crawl through this stuff to escape. Try to stay downwind from me.
It's too far away. I don't have a target. I need to get closer. It's too far away. I need a target. I don't have a target.
Fresh meat.
What the fuck? The boss is like way further ahead behind the wall, and for some reason we fucking pull him? That makes no fucking sense. What the fuck? Like, what? I have no words to that. I have no words to that. That was obnoxious. Like, what in the actual fuck, dude?
Beware. Beware.
This is certainly a new strategy I haven't seen anyone ever use on this boss before.
Come on, boys. Show them why this is our block.
It's too far away. I need to get closer.
On your feet, little brother. There's killing to be done.
things under control. We'll finish securing the lower levels while you make your way to the Overseer.
And established a perimeter. The lower levels belong to us.
I'm very grateful, however, that like I can safely confirm now with certainty that like I chose the right shaman. This shaman is decent at English, regardless of what country he/she come from. And like right now, that is a huge blessing, especially with the item level that we need for this group.
I want these fires burning hotter! I need to get closer.
More bombs incoming!
It's too far away.
Beware.
Reduce you to cinders! I want these fires burning hotter!
More bombs incoming!
Beware.
Reduce you to cinders! More fuel for the flames! No!
More bombs incoming!
Beware.
Reduce you to cinders! I want these fires burning hotter!
More bombs incoming!
Beware.
Reduce you to cinders! More fuel for the flames! No!
Yes, ma'am!
Beware.
Reduce you to cinders! Brightest stars, burn out.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
I need a target.
Beware. 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 Beware.
So kind of you to return
Too far away.
for your execution. I've been eager to try these rounds on living targets.
He's out of range.
You'll get
Beware.
caught in the crossfire.
Beware.
Now that we have the prison under our control and the keys in our possession, we can begin securing the Azerite and releasing the hostages.
You do good work
for an escaped fugitive.
So yeah, guys, that's it for this time. I am done. Same will Def also be. And looks like we had a great ending then after all at the end of this stream. With we got a miracle, we got a super good tank, we got an awesome healer, and we got a shaman DPS. That was awesome. That was awesome. And prove it to be everything I hoped and badly really wanted them to be in terms of like English. Like that kind of player, please, that is the kind of like player from those sorts of like countries, when it comes to those countries, I want to get for you know, Russian letters in itself. Please let me have those kind of players more. Please let me have those kind of players more. Thank you for once actually blessing me with luck. Well, like, yeah, it was just awesome. Like, really awesome to get, you know, a miracle, which honestly at this time frame, usually from the past, like, you know, several days when I've done Mythic Plus, it itself, those days, like, alone, and a little bit also with, the Queen himself, before you, Def, of course. Well, like, then I usually never would get anyone at all at this time, even a tank. But I'm glad I was wrong. Like, I'm glad we had that miracle. Once. And even had, like, you know, absolutely madness good, like, players that made me actually get my last key timed of mine. And that was even, like, a dungeon when it comes to last boss I freaking despise as melee, and I'm pretty sure all melee goes with that. But anyway, I shouldn't make an additional talk for like half an hour because I'm just very happy right now with this like ending of the stream itself. I should just get my ass to bed as soon as possible. So yeah, thank you very much for watching today, guys. Thanks for the new sub I got in itself, and as always, I will see you again. Next time it will be Mythic Plus, whenever that will be. It's itself the whole like day till I don't have more energy left or I pass out itself. But till then, I will see you next time, whenever that will be. Good night, guys. Sleep well to you. I'm off to bed. And of course, also thank you for the continued support and awesome compliment. And thanks for promoting the stream that some of you like did and reminded me of. You guys are awesome for doing this. It really helps a ton. Like, it means a lot to me, that promotion, because that will make me grow easier and like, you know, faster effort in a lot later down the pipeline. But yeah. Good night, guys. Bye.